All right, I'm going to ask everyone to make their way back to our seats. That's nice. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call to order our regular meeting of Vallejo City Council. The time is 7:37 p.m. Thank you so much for your patience. We'll ask the city clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Mayor Soares.
Present.
Vice Mayor Brigantler.
Present.
Council members Gordon.
Present.
Ledeju.
Present.
Matias.
Here.
Matulik.
Present.
Palmeros.
Present.
Thank you so much. That's going to bring us to item 3, Pledge of Allegiance. If everyone could please stand and join council for the pledge. All right, thank you all. We did have a closed session immediately prior to our Housing Authority meeting, and I'll ask our city attorney if we have a report out from closed session this evening.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The City Council did meet in closed session, as the mayor announced, immediately preceding the Housing Authority meeting with regard to the following items. Item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549-56.9D4, one case. The council provided direction to staff with regard to that, and there is no other action to report at this time. Item B, liability claims, Dorothy McInerney versus City of Vallejo pursuant to Government Code Section 549-56.95. The council provided direction to its risk manager, and there is no other action to report at this time. Item C, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 549-56.8. The property is the Empress Theater, 330 Virginia Street, Vallejo. Agency negotiator Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager, negotiating party Tim McDonald, under negotiation price and terms of payment of lease. The City Council provided direction to its negotiator, and there's no other action to report at this time. Item D, conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 549-56.8. The assessor parcel numbers as listed on the agenda. The agency negotiator Gillian Hain, Assistant City Manager, negotiating party Mark Tomko for the Vallejo Flood and Wastewater District, under negotiation price and terms of payment. With regard to that item, 2 council members recused themselves, the mayor and Councilmember Gordon. The remaining council members provided direction to staff, and there is no other action to report at this time. And item E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 549-56.9D2, one case. Council provided direction to legal counsel with regard to that item, and there is no other action to report at this time.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to item 5, presentations and commendations. And this evening, we are going to be presenting a proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month, which runs from September 15th to October 15th. And I've invited Councilmember Matias to present this proclamation on behalf of the City Council, and we have here to accept it our former council member and Vice Mayor Mina Loera Diaz, as well as our young people from Ballet Folklorico and our community members. So I'll invite everybody up here. We're going to present the proclamation and have a short performance by our youth dancers tonight.
Yes, sure. Vengan por aquí. está? Bien. All right, so I'm going to start with the English proclamation recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15 to October 15, 2025. Whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is observed September 15 to October 15, celebrating Hispanic and Latin American people, cultures, achievements, and the contributions of the more than 7,000 Hispanic and Latin people, 30% of Vallejo's population, who make our city stronger every day. And whereas the observance began in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week, and was then expanded into a month-long celebration and officially enacted into federal law on August 17, 1988. And whereas we celebrate the 2025 theme, Collective Heritage, honoring the past, inspiring the future, which reflects the enduring legacy of resilience, leadership, and cultural vibrancy that Hispanic communities bring to every facet of our society. And whereas throughout history, Hispanic leaders have paved the way for social change, cultural enrichment, and progress in education, politics, arts, and activism, including Pope Francis, Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, and Selena Quintanilla, just to name a few. And whereas locally and nationally, countless Hispanic educators, entrepreneurs, and community organizers continue to inspire new generations to lead with pride and purpose. This month is a time to reflect on the past, celebrate the present, and build a future where the voices and contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans are always recognized and valued. And whereas in the city of Vallejo, we foster inclusivity, promote equality, and ensure that the contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans are valued, celebrated, and fully integrated into the tapestry of our shared history. Now, therefore be it proclaimed that I, Andrea Source, Mayor of the city of Vallejo, and the Vallejo City Council do hereby recognize September 15 to October 15, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month to highlight the achievements and contributions of Vallejo's Hispanic community, reaffirm our commitment to enable them to build a future bright with hope and opportunity for themselves, their families, our city, and the country we love, and to celebrate our interwoven Hispanic heritage by participating in celebrations throughout this month, dated September 23, 2025, and signed by our mayor, Andrea Source, and also listed on here are Vice Mayor Peter Bergenzer, District 5, Councilmember Helen Marie Cookie Gordon, District 6, Councilmember Tanya Letiju, District 3, Councilmember Alexander Matias, District 1, Councilmember Diosdado J.R. Matulak, District 2, and Councilmember Charles Palmares, District 4. Bravo. And now I'm going to read it in Spanish. A few more minutes. Proclamación reconociendo el mes de la herencia hispana, 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre del 2025. Considerando que el mes nacional de la herencia hispana se celebra del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre, celebrando a las personas, culturas, logros y contribuciones hispanas y latinoamericanas de más de 37,000 hispanos y latinos, el 30% de la población de Vallejo, quienes contribuyen a fortalecer nuestra ciudad cada día, y considerando que la celebración comenzó en el 1968 como la Semana de la Herencia Hispana y luego se amplió a una celebración de un mes de duración y se promulgó oficialmente como ley federal el 17 de agosto del 1988. Y considerando que celebramos el tema del 2025, herencia colectiva, honrando el pasado, inspirando el futuro, que refleja el legado perdurable de resiliencia, liderazgo y vitalidad cultural que las comunidades hispanas aportan a cada faceta de nuestra sociedad, y considerando que a lo largo de la historia los líderes hispanos han allanado el camino para el cambio social, el enriquecimiento cultural y el progreso en la educación, la política, las artes y el activismo, incluyendo al Papa Francisco, en paz descanse, César Chávez, Dolores Huerta y Selena Quintanilla, por nombrar solo algunos, y considerando que a nivel local y nacional, innumerables educadores, emprendedores y organizadores comunitarios hispanos continúan inspirando a las nuevas generaciones a liderar con orgullo y propósito. Este mes es un momento para reflexionar sobre el pasado, celebrar el presente y construir un futuro donde las voces y contribuciones de los hispanos y latinoamericanos siempre sean reconocidas y valoradas. Y considerando que en la ciudad de Vallejo fomentamos la inclusión, promovemos la igualdad y garantizamos que las contribuciones de los hispanos y latinoamericanos se valoren, celebren y se integren plenamente en nuestra historia compartida. Por tanto, se proclama que yo, Andrea Sors, alcaldesa de la ciudad de Vallejo, y al Ayuntamiento de Vallejo, reconocemos del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre del 2025 como el mes de la herencia hispana para destacar los logros y las contribuciones de la comunidad hispana de Vallejo. Reafirmamos nuestro compromiso de permitirles construir un futuro brillante, lleno de esperanza y oportunidades para sí mismos, sus familias, nuestra ciudad y el país que amamos, y para celebrar nuestra entrelazada herencia hispana, participando en las celebraciones a lo largo de este mes. La fecha es el 23 de septiembre del 2025, firmada por nuestra alcaldesa Andrea Sors, el vicealcalde Peter Bergenzer del Distrito 5, la concejal Helen Marie Gordon, Distrito 6, concejal Tonya Ledeju, Distrito 3, concejal Alexander Matías, Distrito 1, concejal Diosdado J.R. Matulak, Distrito 2, y el concejal Charles Palmares, Distrito 4. Gracias.
Good evening, council members, mayor, everybody that is here joining us today, and those that are watching from home. My name is Mina Luera Diaz, and up until January, I sat up there for 4 years. I was the vice mayor up until January. And it feels a little odd being on this side, but I don't miss those 2 a.m. meetings, so you guys can have those. I'm going to be brief, because I know that it has taken a little bit longer than usual, because we did the bilingual version of it. I'm thankful and humbled to be able to be here with the children, to be able to receive the Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. I'm going to have one of the Ballet Folclóricos students come up here and say a few words. Alfredo, pasa.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alfredo Preciado. I am a 12-year-old Vallejo student. I am also part of the Ballet Folclórico Nexayelin. I would like to thank the City Council and Mayor for celebrating Hispanic Latino Heritage Month and allowing us to speak tonight. Maybe someday I will sit on the dais like all of you. I would like to use my time to say that there are a lot of bad things being said about immigrants in our country. I want to tell you that they are not true. My family, like many other immigrants' families, came to the United States to work and give their family a better life. Immigrants contribute a lot of more than they take. We are not criminals. We are human beings just like everyone else. I invite everyone to be united with us to make our city a better place for everyone. Thank you.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Alfredo. This is la verdad. You speak truth, Alfredo, and we all know it. So Latinos are very giving people, so we like to contribute, unite, and enjoy life. Therefore, we'd like to give you all a gift. The children prepared one traditional dance from Mexico, and we are hoping that you all enjoy it. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. One last thing that we would like to say. The children usually have a lot of space. Our sound system is much louder. So the fact that they were able to stand in the aisles and perform and wear these dresses in 90-degree heat outside says a lot. So you guys are valued. Ustedes valen mucho. Y nunca, nunca, nunca dejen que nadie les diga que no valen. ¿Ok?
Let's get a picture too. Thank you all so much. Muchísimas gracias. All right. All right. Thank you again. We're going to transition now into what I believe is item 6, which is our first community forum. We're going to go ahead and open up the public comment period, but I can tell the folks online right now that we have got more speakers in person than we are going to be able to fit in our first community forum. So we're going to go ahead and call the first speaker, and we do have a couple of items that we want to get to on the agenda, so we are probably not going to make it through everyone that's here tonight. Anyone we don't get to, you're welcome to join us for that second community forum, either in person or online. Let's go ahead and call the speakers.
Okay, the first speaker is Richard Lee. Richard Lee.
You can
Hello
raise
there.
on your lower right. There's a toggle to raise that podium up so you don't have to lean.
Oh, how fancy. Hi, I've come out here tonight in support of the situation that's happening on Pennsylvania Street. I am at 301 Pennsylvania, and recently, probably about 6 months ago, the city came in and cleaned out a lot of the homeless people in and around my area, specifically the 300 block of Pennsylvania and Marin Street. But what really happened was that this whole thing just pushed up Pennsylvania Street, so now it's up in the 400, 500, and 600 block of Pennsylvania, and it's spreading out into Sutter and Napa Street, and it's become a health issue. And as a business person here in Vallejo, and I'm sure many of the council people here have a business of some sort, I get my clients coming in occasionally before you cleared everything out, asking me, hey, what's going on outside? And now this situation has just moved up the block, and it's happening to some of the business people and associates that I know. Everybody is, I think we're all in the NIMBY frame of mind. We don't want this to be happening in our neighborhood, but I think it's about time that the city really tried to do something about helping these people, and not going out and hiring a bunch of consultants or experts, because I think every homeless person out there on the street is an expert. Go and talk to them, find out what their needs are. The other issue is that not only are there people living on the street, but there are a lot of cars and trucks that are just filled up with household items, what I think most people would describe as garbage, and it fills up in the car and then it overflows into the street and it's on the sidewalks and it's just very unhealthy, and I'd like to see it changed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jimmy Jed. Jimmy Jed.
Good evening. Council evict the squatters on Pennsylvania Street. In the meantime, start correctly considering the homeless to be a county problem to solve. Follow the money. It is way above our pay grade. Previous councils allowed it to be, as we made farming the poor economic development. Using local staff to solve it cost us part of our future in retirement obligations, staff time, and filth. Homelessness is substance abuse and mental illness. So county and state get to using your money, your laws, your care courts, and your buildings. The south end of Mare Island will soon be ours. It will be a self-sustaining county-level regional park for open spaces, nature, youth activities, indigenous use, and 36 buildings for lease. Instead of a local park or just another private development, we are glad to discuss this with you. We're the Mare Island Preservation Coalition. We're glad to meet with you for information. Don't expect an agreement, but at least you can listen to us. Herbert House is still languishing. Thousands, including the Herbert family, say sell it to save it. It is renovation, not redevelopment. That's the erroneous label that you guys are. Please realize that it is renovation. It's a landmark in a historic district. It's renovation, not redevelopment. Homeless is a county problem. Herbert House as a business. County-level regional park of the south end of Maryland. These are leadership and legacy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy O'Hare.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. Shannon O'Hare, my husband, is handing out pictures. So we are Obtainium Works, and we put on the Mad Hatter Parade. We put on a number of other art events in Vallejo, and we have a business at 510 Pennsylvania where we also live. And in the last year and a half, we have been inundated with campers and trailers that are no longer mobile. These are trailers and campers and motorhomes that are derelict, and they're housing people that are homeless. The problem we've run into is they've created these encampments now, blocking the entire sidewalk, so no one can walk down the street. They have to actually go through a very busy street. Pennsylvania can be very busy with lots of cars, and what they're doing is making people walk in the middle of the street. Most of these campers and motorhomes also have dogs that are aggressive, and one man in particular has 4 dogs that have been put down because they've attacked people. The other thing is that we have a growing garbage situation, and thank God for the Recology Department for handling it and coming out and doing, pickups. But at the same time, people are coming from all over the city and dumping on the corners. So we've got not only garbage, but we've also got these campers which are not moving. None of them are actually physically moving. Where is their sewage going? There is one guy who dumps it into a garbage bag and puts it on the street for Recology to pick up. They don't know they're picking up actually human waste. The other items are just basically life. Our life right now is just this constant barrage of people. There's definite drug dealing going on. It's happening during the day. VPD has got our cameras on their system. They're trying to help us and they took away one camper and one truck for drug possession. So it's created a horrible situation for us to live in. If you can make these vehicles mobile and only allow people to stay for 72 hours, we would not have this problem. The fact that they're actually allowed to live there, create encampments, start bicycle chop shops, is what's causing a really bad situation in our neighborhood. And we have a sober living group that's right down the street having to deal with all this drug dealing. So thank you, whatever you can do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Philip B.
Good evening. Now, I know a lot of people are talking about the garbage on Pennsylvania Street, but that trash really isn't the problem. The garbage is emblematic of the ineptitude of this council and city staff to provide a coherent and comprehensive path forward. Time and again, we have seen city staff run overages above and beyond budget targets while simultaneously failing to complete any projects in a timely manner. We have seen the Broadway project stall. We have seen the sheriff contract finally get approved by the county today, but for significantly less assistance with no guarantees the city will be able to recover on equipment, setup fees, or administrative fees. Folks, we are paying premium prices for table scraps. We need to cut the performative efforts by this council. Stop talking just to hear yourselves and listen to what the people are saying to you. When we ask for transparency, that doesn't mean a final attempt at covering up badge bending. And I'm looking at multiple folks, and maybe one day you can explain that, why you voted the way you did when it was such a lost cause. It also doesn't mean bailing out staff when they direct vendors to complete work without approval. And you're going to hear that tonight when it comes to the ask for more funding for the police station. Rather than investing in unproven law enforcement technology, like the watchtowers for $500,000, why aren't we hiring more police assistants to help clear up abandoned vehicles? Why isn't the city hiring more public work employees to ensure our streets are clean? When can we expect some functional and sustainable changes within our city? Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Topher Delaney.
Good evening. I'm Topher Delaney, and thank you everyone for being here.
You can lower the podium on your lower right if you'd like.
I'm used to being short, so
Fair
it's
enough.
okay. We have a business on Georgia and the 500 block, and we are now getting the, I call it the Valley of Shame on Pennsylvania. Now we have tributaries coming up on Sutter. So we now have a van, or I guess it's a camper van that's been there for two months. Garbage is now out on the street. They are accessing electrical and I'm just giving you information so you can talk to whoever you need to talk to. They are accessing the electrical from a building, an apartment building that has never been occupied by, it's been built, it's got a chain link fence around it for the last 4 years. They're now siphoning off electrical from that. I believe there are now squatters in that building as well. I pick up garbage all the time. That's okay. I like doing it. But also, I feel really badly for my neighbors, the Roses on York and Sutter. They have a business here. They've had it for about 40 years. They're 70 years old and 80 years old, and they can't even get out of their house anymore. I mean, we've got to get some kind of plan going. It's a 2-day parking. They've been there for how many weeks? Why? What's going on? Why aren't they getting towed? I mean, it's just every day it's more. They're somewhat difficult to be around. You can't approach them. You can't talk to them. They're somewhat violent. They're threatening. I don't want to get into a fight with them, but I want the Roses to be okay. And I want our businesses to be okay. We've bought in this town. We've invested in this town. And we're not getting a whole lot back, And people say, well, you could just go and talk to them. I'm an individual. Wait, are you kidding? It's like, what am I supposed to be doing? I don't know. I need some direction. But it is moving. This whole condition on Pennsylvania is moving up. I mean, this looks like a third world town. I mean, you should just look at this. It's whatever we can do to assist you, I'm there.
Great.
I have
Thank you.
a pickup truck. I'll pick up garbage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker for the community forum is Shannon Lovelace White.
Very happy to be able to give public comment tonight. So, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, staff, I'm here on behalf of an organization called Molly's Angels. We've been serving Napa County seniors for over 26 years, and we've been here in Solano County since last year. We're funded in part, I should say, by the Napa Solano Area Agency on Aging, and we provide services to older adults. Here in Solano County, we offer what's called a Friendly Calling program, and the intention is really to target socially isolated seniors. About a third of our clients are here in Vallejo, largely homebound. They're often people who are receiving services like Meals on Wheels. We partner strongly with a lot of our community partners and partner agencies that are serving older adults. And the intention tonight is just to make you aware of the program. We've been working with the various cities throughout Solano County to ensure that fire and department, those first responders who are going out and seeing people in their home, often to assist with lifts or falls or preventative measures, they know that there are services available to Solano County older adults that are free of charge. We actually have a robust suite of services here in Solano County for older adults. It's just a matter of connecting them to the relevant program for them. So we've actually, our organization has developed a handy dandy, again, working with fire department. Here's a list of core services: fall prevention, food security, counseling, social isolation programs. So I'm hoping someone on the council wouldn't mind making an introduction to fire and police. We will hand these over to them, train them on the services. It makes it really easy for them to provide a referral when they're in home. They are a trusted source. We are training our older adults to be dubious. Scams and fraud are on the rise, and this is a trusted individual in the form of either fire or police. So we definitely want to get these in the hands of your fire and police, and also just make you aware of the program. So here again in Vallejo, we serve clients, and we also have a lot of fantastic Vallejo volunteers. It takes 30 minutes once a week just to make a difference in the life of an older adult by providing a call to them from the comfort of your home, and in a lot of cases, it's the only call that person will receive the entire week. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And if you could provide it over to our city manager. If you pass the stack, we'll pass it down the row, and we'll make sure you get those introductions. Thank you. All right, so we're going to invite anyone who didn't, I know there were many more that wanted to speak. We will invite you at the second community forum later in the meeting, and I do want to use my discretion as chair. We've got a request from our county supervisor, Cassandra James, to speak as part of the forum to close us out, to provide an update on the sheriff contract.
I'm 5'8", it's okay. So, good evening, Mayor Source, members of City Council, city staff, and members of the Vallejo community. As your Solano County Supervisor, I want to begin by thanking several members of the council for their engagement throughout this process. Council members Matulik and Gordon, thank you for attending one previous meeting and offering your thoughtful comments. Also, thank you to Mayor Soares, Councilmember Matias, and Dr. Ledeju. Thank you for showing up consistently and contributing throughout the majority, if not all, the public meetings that led to today's decision. Your presence and participation reflect the kind of strong partnership that is needed between the county and the city and our community in this moment. As you all know, I've stood before this body many times, not just as a supervisor, but also as a neighbor, to talk about the gun violence and the repeated shots fired in our community, sometimes on my own block. These are not just policy issues, they're deeply personal, and that's why I've remained in constant communication with county staff and our team to keep this process moving forward. When I learned that there had not been no significant movement on this contract since last fall, I acted quickly to convene key stakeholders and get us back on track. And again, thank you to the mayor, Dr. Ledeju, and Councilmember Matias for attending that initial meeting with the sheriff so that way we can move this forward. As policymakers, we must remain focused and we cannot allow the perfect to be the enemy of progress. Today, I'm proud to report that the Solano County Board of Supervisors voted unanimously to move forward in supporting the city of Vallejo with law enforcement assistance through the Solano County Sheriff's Office. This is the result of months of difficult conversations, community input, and shared commitment to public safety. Also, this was to meet and confer with DSA, who initially did not support the contract moving forward. So while this moment is worth acknowledging, our work is far from over. We now turn our focus to implementation, to ensuring that the Sheriff's Department is fully prepared to take on this critical support role by January 1st, 2026. And I have full confidence in the sheriff and our county staff to meet this timeline, and I'm personally committed to doing everything in my role to support this effort. And as you know, it will be, instead of beats 1 through 4, it will be beats 2 through 4. And this is as a result of our meet and confer with DSA. And I will also ask to come back to just provide updates as we get closer to the timeline, because I don't want ambiguous information out in community. And at the same time, I encourage the city and the Vallejo Police Department to use this transitional period to strengthen recruitment, improve retention, and rebuild a department that reflects the needs and values of this community. So with this meaningful step forward, we must keep going. And also I look forward to continuing the work in partnership with this council, the Public Safety Committee, and most importantly, our residents to build a safer and stronger Vallejo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We felt that was an important update, and on behalf of this unanimous council that voted to approve the contract, we want to express our appreciation to the unanimous vote of the Board of Supervisors to move it forward. So with that, I'm going to move us on to item 7, which is our consent calendar, and I'll ask Manny to open up our public comment clock for anyone wishing to address the council on items on the consent calendar this evening. You can raise your hand online or sign up at the kiosk. And while we wait for public commenters, do we have some?
Yes.
Let's go ahead and call them up.
Philip B.
So I essentially wanted to talk about the watchtowers. And for those that live in District 3, I live in District 3, there's a 7-Eleven that actually has a watchtower.
Real quick, can you specify which letter?
Oh, it is F.
Thank you. All right.
So we have a watchtower at the 7-Eleven. Right now, it's at a 45-degree angle because somebody ran into it, right? We're going to spend $500,000 on these watchtowers. I should also note that on top of them having that watchtower at a 45-degree angle, I was also robbed at that location. So I've been held up more than once in the city of Vallejo. Had the honor of being held up at that location with the watchtower, so I know how useless they are. And as someone that has used to be part of the Surveillance Advisory Board, one of the things that we used to look at is the cost effectiveness of some of these items. And I mention this because now you're going to be given an ask in different areas in regards to public safety for additional funds, because city staff had asked your vendors to do additional work that ended up costing an additional $800,000. So as we run into a structural deficit, and it's acknowledged by this council that essentially we are running ourselves straight into bankruptcy, especially if a recession hits, I've got to ask, I would ask as a resident to have this removed until we can get resolution on where we're going to get funding for the additional $850,000 for the other public assistance ask that you'll be receiving later on today. I think at some point, city staff has to be held accountable for the overages that you continue to have. And with the watchtowers being such an essentially a useless function, you don't have the manpower. For those that have volunteered to take a look at dispatch, I have volunteered and I've seen dispatch, and I've seen them in action. I've seen them try to take in all the phone calls while monitoring the ALPRs, and you don't have anybody that's watching those towers. I can literally go and kick every tower that you guys put up, and nothing will happen. Nothing will happen to me. Nothing will happen to those towers. So why spend $500,000 investing in additional watchtowers? You have the two. If you want 7, where are we going to put them? You should put them all the way down in Sonoma, every freaking corner out there, so everybody feels the shame when they stop to do whatever they're going to do on that street. If you really want to catch people in action, maybe that'll be a deterrent. But 7 random watchtowers is highly ineffective, and it's highly ineffective for a city that is working its way into bankruptcy. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other commenters on this consent calendar? All right, with that, we will move to council comments. Is there anything that council members would like to pull from the consent calendar this evening? We're asking for any items we want to pull from the consent calendar. Go ahead, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually want to pull 8L.
All right, so we're going to pull 8L and turn that into 8.1. And then I see Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, I would like to just pull K.
All right, so item 8K, we're going to make item 8.2. And Councilmember Letters,
I'm going to pull F.
all right, and F is going to become item 8.3. And Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the recent comment we just had, I'm very interested in maybe continuing that item 8F for another meeting.
And we've pulled it, so we'll take it separately. So I'll put you on the list of
Oh, it's already
requests to
pulled? Okay,
Yeah.
my bad. Thank you.
All good. All right. Any other requests to pull? In that case, do we have a motion for the rest of the consent calendar? Go right ahead.
Yes, I move that we approve the consent calendar and approve the agenda, moving consent item 8L to 8.1, 8K to 8.2, and 8F to 8.3.
All right, let's go ahead and vote.
Missing a vote.
Has everybody voted?
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to our new item 8.1, which was previously consent item L, adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city's response to the 24-25 grand jury report entitled City of Vallejo Roads, and forwarding that to the foreperson of the Solano County grand jury. I will turn it over to Councilmember Matias, who pulled this item.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've got just a general awareness question, and then I'd like to make a comment about something else related to this item. So let me start with the general awareness question. Finding number 3 of the city's response to the jury says that the city of Vallejo is evaluating additional locations for the implementation of future sideshow deterrent measures. And the finding was the traffic calming measures have only been installed in selected areas, and the recommendation made, is to install more in other parts of the city. So my question to the city manager is, this evaluation and the subsequent recommendations coming out of that process, who's taking a look at that? What's the timeline? And, how much funding do we have available for that work?
Thank you for the question. I'll ask Interim Public Works Director Alcantar to respond to that.
Good evening, Councilmember Matias. We are looking at various locations. We are looking at funding for those additional measures. We can provide you with the list of the locations that we're looking at.
Okay. So I think it'd be helpful just to share that information out with the council. I know I've gotten a lot of emails from constituents saying that some are not so happy with that initial pilot. Some are asking, okay, when are we doing something on my street because the speeding is out of control? So it would just be helpful to get a timeline and just also make us aware of what locations you're exploring.
Yeah, I'll send those out to the council.
All right, thank you. And then the second item, and this was not intentional, the fact that I just scratched my head, but it was head scratching. So I have a general question. I'm going to go to finding number 6. Vallejo Public Works currently uses a pay-as-you-go system to repair roads, which limits the city's ability to execute large-scale maintenance projects without upfront funding. So that was finding number 6. And the response from the city was sort of outlining the pay-as-you-go program that we have in place, and also saying that we've retained a consultant to help us figure out the necessary financing for our infrastructure. So having said that, I have 2 questions, and this goes back to Measure P. When we were working on Measure P, I remember a presentation by Director Tigbaugh and former traffic superintendent Mark Helmbrick. They actually said, we're going to go out to bond, we're going to get an upfront payment of maybe $100 million, and this is going to help us get more done faster. And then at some point, we transition into this pay-as-you-go program. And so what I want to get clarity on, because I'm genuinely confused, is, was that ever a decision that council provided input on? Because I remember those staff members presented to council, the previous council, and the council agreed on that direction. So I want to know, was that direction, if it did shift, did council provide input on that? And then 2, this consultant that we've retained, is it for both helping us secure financing needs on the roads and the police station? Is it just the roads? I mean, that's because it's a lot of money, and so I don't really know what's going on around that. I just want additional information.
Sure, I'm happy to respond to that. So no, there has been no change in direction. The issue of the bonds, I don't know what time frame former Director Tigbaugh communicated, but we had been working with a prior municipal advisor to look at our financing options, both for major street projects, more than we could afford through pay-as-you-go, but also some of our other capital needs, including the police department headquarters. We ended up disengaging with that municipal advisory firm because we thought another firm might be a better match. We went through a selection process to hire this new firm, and they're continuing that work. So while we are looking at some financing options for larger scale road and capital projects, we're doing pay-as-you-go, but it's not to supplant the idea of potentially issuing bonds to undertake larger road projects. We just started to engage with this new municipal advisory firm, KNN. We're expecting that they'll come and make a presentation to the City Council before the end of this calendar year with their assessment of the city's entire debt structure to give the city council a baseline understanding of what our current obligations are, what our borrowing capacity is, and then they'll start to propose some options to fund things like roads and police department headquarters. So no, we're still following that direction of doing that financial analysis to determine what our capacity is for bonding. In the meantime, we're doing some pay-as-you-go.
Okay. And part of the reason why I asked that question is because, you know, a lot of myself included, we went out, we said, here's the plan that staff has presented, right? And so we just want to make sure we're following through on that plan that was put forth, I believe 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, and that we're not allowing, that we're just being responsive to the community's needs. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so much. Excuse me, Oscar, real quick. Did I understand that you did supply a list before and you had it placed under districts?
For the locations of the...
Yes.
I believe so. But again, I'll go back and resend it.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And when you, whatever the information you're going to send to my colleague, can you send it to all of us?
Yeah.
I appreciate your help. Thank you.
All right. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move that we approve or adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city's response to the 2024-2025 grand jury report entitled City of Vallejo's Roads, and authorizing the city clerk to forward the response to the presiding judge of the Solano County Superior Court and to the foreperson of the Solano County Civil Grand Jury.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries with Councilmember Matias opposed.
All right, with that, we're going to move on to our new item 8.2, which was previously action item K, approve a proclamation commemorating the 250th birthday of the United States Navy. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Gordon, who pulled this item.
Thank you so much. I'm excited about this, being that my children's father served the United States Navy. His ship was the ship that picked up all the Marines that were blown up in that lost their lives in Beirut, which was the USS New Jersey. And my son Charles, he also participated in the United States Navy. So I'm excited to see that we're doing this. And thank you. And I would like to know if we can keep update when will this take place. Thank you.
Thank you. And since Eric isn't here,
I think
my
it's
understanding.
October 20th.
Do we have the date now?
Yes. I think
Okay,
it's
so we'll
October
make sure that
20th.
gets sent out. When we approved the proclamation, I don't think they had finalized the date, but this will be presented at that event. And with that, do we have a motion on this item?
1 second. May I ask
Yeah.
a question? Can I invite my son to this
I don't
event?
see why not. Well, I mean, the organizers will set the
But I can
requirements, but I
invite
would
him?
imagine it'll be open to the public.
Thank you.
All right,
Yes, it's 7 p.m. on the 20th of October.
perfect. All right, do we have a motion on the item?
Yes, I move that we approve the proclamation commemorating the 250th birthday of the United States Navy.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. That's going to bring us to our new item 8.3, which was previously consent item F, adopt a resolution approving a master agreement in order form with LiveView Technologies for a total of 7 mobile security towers, and terminating the previous master agreement in order form for 2 of said towers and authorizing city manager to execute the same. I will turn it over to Councilmember Ledeju, who pulled this item.
Thank you. Could we please have Chief Ta pop on? And while he's popping on, City Manager, can you give the backdrop of these towers? And I will add after some of the conversation takes place. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Chief Ta apologizes he's not available to be here in person. I think he's able to join us online. He's taking care of some family matters this evening. So about the towers, as you know, this is, good evening, Chief Ta. These mobile security towers are items that the City Council discussed and that the police chief provided recommendations on. It was one item in a portfolio of different public safety investments that the City Council funded recently to try and implement new and different interventions into the very serious violent crime situation we have in the community. I think a member of the public made some comments earlier. I don't know that those really captured the intent of these cameras, although they do have some investigative value if they're capturing some footage of an incident. They're also intended and I think documented to have a pretty substantial deterrent value. And so I also think there might be different follow-up on an incident that occurs that is observed by a privately operated camera. There was a comment made by a member of the public about a camera that was on private property operated by, I don't know who, possibly the business owner or the property owner. The city really doesn't have, although if there was a crime that was reported and VPD had the capacity to investigate those, then that would be a source of footage for evidence, but that's quite a different matter from the cameras that the city is implementing. So yeah, I know that the chief believes that these have a strong deterrent value. They are costly, but they do have a lifespan, and we need to be trying new and different things to address this situation. So I think it's well worth the investment. And Chief Ta, I welcome you to make any additional comments if you'd like.
So Chief Ta, before you start, isn't it true, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe to date we purchased 2 or 3 towers, and these are the remaining towers that the city itself owns and operates and monitors?
Yes, Councilwoman, that is correct. So we have 2 towers that we actually lease. So when we talked about this item previously, some of the technology that we've seen in the past, they get antiquated very quickly. By leasing, then we don't end up investing into something that could be potentially a liability in the very near future. The second benefit of leasing these products is that if they get damaged, destroyed, vandalized, or stolen, that is covered in our lease agreement. So the cost per month is a little bit more for the lease. However, we felt that based on the technology aspect, as well as some of the other vandalism and damage type issues that we may experience, we felt that leasing would be a better option. And thirdly, I also think that, these are very expensive, but I do believe that we could use some help. It is really hard to kind of gauge. I think right now we haven't had the ability to really look at the numbers. So we have more kind of word of mouth feedback on these products. But it's something that I think we should not continue for a long period of time. So that's another reason why I don't think we should buy these items, because they are more expensive up front. And then in a period of 24 months, I believe that we will be much healthier in terms of staffing, and also with the aid of the sheriff's department, we will also be able to react to calls for service and thus be healthier as well.
So with the 2 cameras that, security towers that we currently have, which are at or in North Vallejo, and based on feedback that you've heard, what does that feedback look like, and as well as the monitoring of those cameras, our security towers, if you will?
The feedback has been very positive. We are kind of looking just in that general region. It's hard to really pinpoint the efficacy of these cameras because this area is somewhat unique as well. It's really only one way in and one way out. So the placement of those cameras are strategic to augment some of the other camera technology that we have in the area. So the cameras are most effective in those high congregation areas. We had some events that occurred, particularly in the parking lot, where one of these cameras has been deployed of extreme violence and congregation. Sometimes these congregations lead to unexpected outcomes. Since the deployment of the cameras in that parking lot, and as well as the parking lot across the street, we have not experienced any of those activities as of late. So the business owners in the area seem to really like that technology. There is a sense of safety that that technology offers them, whether that be real or perceived. It is still a sense of safety that is offered to the residents and the business owners in that area.
Thank you. And I do know from firsthand conversations and dialogue with business owners in that area as well as community that shootings have declined. Unwanted behavior has declined within that area compared to what has been taking place within that community. And so as a council member on the safety committee who has really pushed this product after all the research has been done, I do believe that it provides deterrent. And I do agree with our chief that it is not the end-all, be-all, and it is for a time period as we continue to build our force. And it does provide assistance, it does provide assurance for community, especially where there are unwanted types of behavior, negative behavior. And as it relates to, if I'm not mistaken, city manager, the towers on private property, I just want to reiterate, do not belong to the city, are not monitored by the police department. And the 7 cameras the additional 7 towers, I do believe we've agreed that we'll determine through data where best to put those towers. Is that true, Chief Ta?
Yes, ma'am, that is accurate. And one thing of note, and I do have Eric Smith, he's a representative from LVT. He can speak to more of the technical capabilities of these cameras. They do have automatic AI features. So in the event that we want to activate some of these features, we can then be provided alerts. And so that's different than, as you had mentioned, Councilwoman, that if there is a camera in existence with a private company or even a private party, we would not be getting those alerts. So depending on what technology alerts we would like to turn on and receive, we would be able to get those automatic alerts in real time, access the camera and respond in real time to deal with active crimes that those alerts are providing us.
Okay, so I assume with the AI feature and the automatic alert feature, as we continue to move forward with this product, we'll explore where that best works within the city with the towers that we will deploy throughout our city, correct?
Correct. And we've seen from sister cities such as Antioch, they've deployed them in areas such as some of the encampments, illegal dumping areas. I intend to also deploy them in some of the sex trafficking areas to see how that changes that behavior with the new laws coming online with the buyer reduction program and the new proactive team augmenting those 2 capabilities we will soon have with these cameras, I think would be a very good asset.
Thank you. And then City Manager Murray, I do believe when we approved the budget for these cameras, we actually have budget for these cameras, and I am quite certain, based on this council's work and your work, your staff work, that our city is not going bankrupt.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a very big question, but no, the bankruptcy really has to do more with a organization's financial flexibility and resilience. What leads any kind of an organization, private or public, in a bankruptcy is having very rigid expenditure obligations and very inflexible revenue sources. The city is nowhere near bankruptcy. I mean, we do have a budget balancing issue that we need to work on, but our expenditures actually structurally are very, very flexible. And so this is, it's not, you cannot equate having a budget shortfall over one budget cycle with approaching bankruptcy. Those are 2, it's kind of slimly related, but very, very different topics. The city is in no risk of entering bankruptcy at this point.
Thank you. And definitely I would agree we have work to do as it relates to ensure that our budget is structured appropriately as we continue to move and do forecasting over the next 5 years, so I do appreciate that. And Chief Todd, I thank you for taking the time to step away from your family obligations to respond to our questions, and I'll turn it back to our chair.
All right, I see Councilmember Gordon.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Chief, for being on with us. As you know, District 6 has been a large target of now unhoused. It seems like we become a dumping for vehicles. I actually caught someone dumping a car and said 72 hours knowing that he was just going to dump it. But anyways, and thank you for your help with that. But now I notice in last 2 weeks, literally more cars are coming and being dumped. And I thank goodness for your business watch, because through Sergeant Hollis, the watch neighborhood watch program, because they too caught somebody in District 4 dumping cars, and we were able to track his information. So thank you for that. But it's becoming so much out of control that now in my district, literally from yesterday to today, I have seen so many unhoused parking up on Sonoma Boulevard now, and a whole bunch of cars on Sonoma Boulevard. In case those don't know, when I say Sonoma Boulevard, I'm referring to Cartola, to the Carquinez Bridge, and into the neighborhoods. So how would I qualify for a watchtower is what I'm basically asking, because they see that dry grass means ignore communities. That's the term out there now. And so would I qualify for some towers in my district?
The short answer, Councilwoman, is yes. And so we know that, and it just kind of worked out that there are 7 towers and there are actually 7 of you all. And so my plan is to get feedback specifically from the area, look at our crime data, and also get your recommendations on where you would like to see some of these towers potentially deployed. Every area has a unique issue. Some are more violent and some are more quality of life concerns. I do think, though, that when we're looking at the city as a whole, if we have, like we had seen in North Vallejo, an issue with a lot of violent crime, we could double up these towers as needed. And the beauty about these towers are they're mobile. They're not as easily moved as initially we thought they were. There's a lot of training involved to move one of these towers because it's a delicate piece of machinery that we obviously don't want to damage. And so we want to be able to move them properly. But the ability to move them around to deter those types of behaviors. So in your example, Councilwoman, if we know this is a dumping area for either illegal trash or illegal or abandoned vehicles, commonsensically, if we put a tower there, that activity is likely not going to occur in that area as much. It may shift to other areas, and as such, we can shift our strategies accordingly. But those towers are for use for you all. But I just want to just preface that if there are greater needs other than quality control and quality of life issues, that we might need to prioritize them properly, just based on violent crime and other gun violence type of events.
Thank you so much, because the reason why I asked you that, because remember I told you that these vehicles are being used for prostitution now. And that is very scary. And most of the individuals are not from the city of Vallejo who are in these vehicles, and some of the time they are even trapped in there. And these are from your business, from the businesses who reported that. You also know that we've had multiple shootings in District 6 as well. So I just want to make sure that people are aware I'm not just only talking about this because of a nuisance, but more of a safety concern. So thank you so much for letting me share that concern.
Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Ta, for helping to explain. And for those that may not be familiar, the two watchtowers we currently have, those are actually based in my district and District 2, and I want to thank Councilmember Matias for actually bringing this up ever since January, as early as January, as one of our interventions. And for those that may not understand, the reason they're in District 2, because of some of the more highly publicized incidents that have happened there. And similar to Dr. Letterjuice, I too have also gotten the positive feedback about the success and from the businesses and the homeowners in that area, to where they feel a better sense of safety with those towers there. And I think Chief Tao pointed to the data, to where it has prevented and deterred some of the incidents that were happening previously to that. So, and I appreciate Chief Tao's further explanation how these are a flexible tool, to where we can actually mobilize these to areas that, when we do see the data where there may be certain quote-unquote hotspots, that we're able to utilize that and use it as an investigative tool and the ability to be more proactive and preventive in the future. So appreciate that, and I think the way this council approaches things, especially from public safety, when we see an incident and when we see the data calling for deterrences like these to occur, that we have that ability to move these and utilize these in a proactive way. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
Yes, I move that we adopt a resolution approving a master agreement and order form with Live View Technologies for a total of 7 mobile security towers, terminating the previous master agreement and order form for 2 of said towers, and authorizing the city manager to execute the same.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. That's going to bring us to our action calendar, and I believe we've had a request for a short recess. Is that accurate? All right, why don't we take a recess and aim for 5 minutes, and we'll probably start back at 9. I will be strict. I will start us right at 9. All right, 1 minute warning. All right, I am going to call us back to order. It is 9 p.m. We are going to move on to our action calendar, and I'll ask our city clerk to please announce item 9A.
Adopt a resolution approving the HUD-required Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report for fiscal year 24-25, addressing affordable housing and community development needs in the city of Vallejo.
All right, thank you very much. And we have our Housing Director Jones back. Thank you for staying with us. And I believe we have a presentation on this item. About seven minutes. Is that still accurate? All right.
Yes, that's accurate.
Go
Thank
right
you.
ahead whenever you're ready.
Alicia Jones, Housing Director for the Housing and Community Development Department. I have a short presentation to provide the council with an update on our consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, which is also known as our CAPER for fiscal year 25, I'm sorry. Thank you. The key documents for this particular process is tied to our consolidated plan, and following that is an annual action plan and our CAPER. The 5-year consolidated plan period that's associated with this particular CAPER began July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. The annual action plan is a document that's required to be submitted for the agency to submit to HUD each year of that 5-year period. This particular annual action plan that was approved for the current fiscal year, previous fiscal year, was for July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025. The CAPER, you may hear me refer to this particular item as CAPER. Again, it's the Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, which this document is due to HUD 90 days after our fiscal year end or by September 28th of each year. Next slide. So the housing department is required to engage with the community and have citizen participation. That includes a public hearing. The public hearing for this particular item was held on September 4th through the Housing and Community Development Commission, which recommended council approval of the CAPER. The comment period began September 5th through September 23rd. Next slide. The city of Vallejo is an entitlement city, which we automatically receive funding from HUD for the CDBG and home program because of our population size. So currently for 24-25 fiscal year, under the CDBG program, we received a little more than $1 million, and then for the home program, we would have received a little more than $463,000. However, there's currently a voluntary grant reduction, which is also known as a VGR, for prior year's findings that HUD reduced the amount we will receive for our home program, and that amount will be reduced through fiscal year 26-27. If we can go back one slide. Also, the grant amount that we receive includes program projected income. Currently, the amount of the entitlement is a little more than $1 million, but as far as the program income, we received approximately $5,000. That's where you see the $1,012,000 listed on the slide. In the home program, the $563,000 that's that's listed on the slide is actually program income. It does not include the grant amount we would have received had we not had a VGR. Next slide, I'm sorry. This particular slide gives an idea of how much of the funds were expended, and currently we expended approximately 99% of the total amount of grant and program income for the CDBG program. And for the home program, the anticipated program income of $100,000, 43% of those funds were expended using the funds for administrative cost. Next slide. This particular slide provides the pie chart you see in front of you, provides an overview of how the funds were expended. We used public service agencies, and about 10% of the funds were used. A little more than 102,000 were used for public services. Administration, we used approximately $121,000, and most of the funds for the CDBG program went towards the construction and development of the navigation center, which in excess of $778,000. Next slide. Our administrative expenses for the CDBG home program covers our salaries, office rent from the Housing Authority. The building for the Housing Authority is owned by the Housing Authority, so rent is charged to the CDBG program for administration of that particular program. We use consultant services to assist us in audit fees, and the other items listed on the slide are used for administrative expenses. Next slide. This particular slide provides you with a little overview of the public service agencies that we partner with to provide services to low and moderate income families in the city of Vallejo. Fair Housing Advocates of Northern California assisted approximately 299 families. House of Acts provided assistance to approximately 57 people, and Lighthouse Covenant Fellowship assisted approximately 417 families, individuals. Next slide. This is a breakdown of the income categories of the families that were serviced through our public service partners, and the amount equates that I identified earlier equates to approximately 773 families or individuals that were served. Next slide. The Navigation Center. So, as I stated, approximately a little more than $778,000 was utilized for the development and construction of the Navigation Center, and those funds were used for the project management, construction management, and also for modular homes. Restrooms. So, HUD requires an update on all funding sources under the Community Housing and Development Department. And so we had to provide details of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, and as of June 30th, approximately 1,510 families were assisted utilizing a voucher, and 130 families are under the project-based program. There's a correction on this particular slide for the veterans. We're actually 81 individuals where vouchers are allocated, but we have 74 families currently under contract under the VASH program, the Veterans Program. Under the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, the corrected number of families or participants is 34 families, and of that number of families, 20 have progress reports, and 83% of those 34 families have both a progress reports and an escrow balance available to them. Next slide. That concludes my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, we have one speaker.
All right, let's go ahead and call him.
Dan Baldalidi, or Baldaldi. Is Dan still here?
Do not know. If they're online, they can raise their hand. Do we have any speakers online?
We have speakers online, but no one has their hand raised at this current time.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any comments from council.
Okay.
So seeing none, do we have a motion on this item? As long as we don't have any speakers online.
I'd like to make a motion. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. That's the point. My bad.
Okay, I move that we adopt a resolution approving the HUD-required Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, CAPER, for fiscal year 24-25, addressing affordable housing and community development needs in the city of Vallejo.
All right, and we're ready to vote.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. Cracking me up. All right, that's going to bring us to item 9B, and I'll ask our city clerk to announce it.
Adopt a resolution approving an agreement for security service with AX9 Security Incorporated for 1 year with 4 one-year options to extend term and add additional security services for a total not to exceed amount for year 1 of $1,784,964, terminating the existing consultant services agreement and authorizing the city manager to execute same.
Thank you very much. We'll go ahead and open up public comment online on this item, and we have our interim public works director, Alcantar, here. Thank you very much. It looks like we have an indeterminate length presentation on this item, so please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor Source and council members. So as Don explained, this is a contract to terminate the existing contract with AX9 and start a new contract for the services they've been providing, additional locations, as well as the pilot neighborhood pilot program. Since August of last year, we've asked AX9 to also provide security for Farragut School, 341 Hartwood, and the Marina Harbor. I also have Ruben Aguilar with AX9 that can answer some questions as well.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public commenters on this item? We've still got about a minute on the timer, so I can
Yes,
check
we
again.
have one public speaker. It's Ann Carr, but I don't see her.
But she is left. She may be online. She has her hand up. Let's go ahead and call her.
Ann Carr, please unmute yourself. You have the floor. Ann Carr, please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
We can try again in a second. We cannot hear you if you're talking, Ann.
Yeah, we're not getting any sound from your account, Ann. Want to try to log back out and log back in?
While we do that, I'm not seeing comments here. I will say my brief comment. First of all, thank you guys for being here, for the work you do. This is the same firm that provides the security at City Hall. I stepped out to refill my tea and missed some of the list of locations, all important. I have to say I was pretty apprehensive when the previous council proposed this because I felt like if we don't have law enforcement response, what's the sense of having security guards that call law enforcement if there's no law enforcement response? We do now have assistance from the sheriff. That would be quite complimentary. And, I think I'm perfectly comfortable doing a pilot program. I'm really apprehensive at the cost. This is expensive. And I would love a little bit more detail on exactly how much we're getting. So how many vehicles, how many hours, how much, the sort of scale of the coverage. And then I would request that we have a plan to measure the effectiveness of this in this pilot year because it is so costly and something we've never done before. So I would ask that we set up some type of metric to track so that when we come back and have a decision about whether to renew this, we have information on how it went.
No, I agree. Ruben, do you want to talk about how many people, how many vehicles, how many hours per week?
My name is Joel.
Come on up. We'll get a mic for you.
So
So Ruben's one of the account managers. I'm the branch manager, director of operations for AX9. So with the pilot program specifically, we're looking at, to start with, just one patrol vehicle to go through hotspots. Now, the other locations that he's listed are actually, because we're ending the current contract to renew all the locations, it's not just, the funds aren't just for the pilot program, right? So
That is really helpful context. Thank you, because I was really concerned.
Yeah, no,
and now I am relieved that, that there's more to the story.
And I think Director Alcantar has a breakdown. Yeah, I think Director Alcantar, if you're interested, has the breakdown of the baseline services. And as Director Alcantar mentioned, there are services. There's City Hall site security. There's City Hall parking lot. There's other city parking lots. There's the Farragut. There's the recently vacated facility at the marina. And in addition, we're talking about the neighborhood pilot. Director Alcantar, can you remind us what the cost just for the neighborhood pilot is?
Yeah, it's $500,000 just for the pilot program.
And that's still not cheap, but it's not 1.7. So thank you for clarifying. So you said one car hitting, monitoring the hot spots that you'd mentioned.
correct. We have the city hotspots, the crime hotspots, and then we're working through the districts to see specifically where we're going to patrol. We will then report that information back to the city that will coordinate it and report that back to you, obviously, right? So from there, we'll coordinate, gather all the data that we get, and we'll have our monthly and quarterly meetings with the city to go over how effective it is, how many reports we're generating, and then what's advantageous to use in our cars is that we have a camera system in the car. So that camera will also then record as well. So while we're in the field, we go back and look at that data to see where the stuff's at. I heard comments about abandoned vehicles, things like that. We gather that data. It doesn't have to be necessarily the police. We can get that data, report that back to the city, and they can act on what they want to act on.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll go turn it over to Councilmember Ledeju and then Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. So just from a performance metric perspective, how are we managing and monitoring this contract? And how have we designed the metrics to be able to evaluate the contract?
Have you guys done something like that before?
So I'm not asking the contractor, I'm asking us as a city.
Well, we're going to work with the contractor based on what they report back to us.
But before we even get to, do you want me to stop? I
Yeah,
can stop.
sure. So we have an obligation, so we've restructured this contract to be a one-year contract with the option to extend it for multiple one-year terms. One reason we did that is because we had an obligation to meet and confer with our Police Officers Association, because this work interacts with the work that it does. And the agreement that we reached, which will be coming to the City Council at the next regular meeting in the form of a side letter, was that they were agreeable to allow this arrangement to go forward to see how it went for a year, so that they could see whether it impacted their work and also look at the efficacy. So the way that we'll be measuring the efficacy is looking at the crime statistics in the areas that the patrols will be working to determine whether crime has been diminished relative to historical averages in those areas. And those are going to be the basic parameters. There is going to be some other data, of course. The private security guards, unarmed, of course, are going to be making calls to VPD to report incidents. So we'll have some additional data about efficacy, like are we getting more calls, for instance, that lead to incidents that lead to arrests as a result of these. But I think the primary data that we're going to be analyzing is the reduction in crimes in the areas that are covered by the patrols. And the idea is we might be modifying the routes depending on where new hotspots emerge. So we're not going to wait for a year to be analyzing this data, but that's the main way we'll be analyzing it.
So how are we designing the routes? And where's the data that we're using that actually corroborates with the stated routes that we have, and how often are we evaluating those routes to do exactly what you're saying? And who's responsible to ensure that that is occurring in a timely, real-time way that really is beneficial to the city as another piece to our safety measures, right?
Yeah, and so the original routes were identified by the police department. Again, the idea is these are mostly going to be used to deter property crimes, as Chief Taz explained. A lot of perpetrators of property crimes want perpetrate their crimes in privacy. They don't want to be observed, and so just having a visual presence of a security guard or someone else is a big deterrent. So they've identified areas, be they individual businesses or sites, or shopping areas that are subject to high levels of property crimes right now. That's how the original initial routes have been identified. The hotspots, the routes are, of course, the connection between them. I don't know offhand on what frequency they're going to be revisiting those, but I know that they're going to be analyzing them. So I'm happy to follow up with the council to get more information from the police department on what frequency they're going to be reevaluating the routes.
And so how often are you going to do reporting to the council, whether it's directly to the council or the safety committee, and bringing the data forward?
Yeah, I think I can commit on behalf of Public Works and the police department to doing that on a monthly basis.
Okay. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, good evening and welcome to this opportunity. I do want to know, will your officers wear cameras? Because I've seen security guards in other places that are connected to the city are wearing cameras now. Will your officers, your security officers, be wearing cameras as well?
As of right now, no. Our,
Okay.
our general security guards do not wear body cameras, but we do have cameras in the vehicle.
Yes, I heard you say
Yeah,
that.
so the vehicle itself will be recording at the same time. And we could go back and replay that data and download that data as well.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your help.
All right, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Just one quick question. Will the officers be just only in the vehicle, or will they actually get out and do inspections or walk around any of the areas, or is it just riding around in a car?
Depending on the area and depending on what they see, right? So they will get out and patrol, do foot patrols as a deterrent, as well as the vehicles. But if they're witnessing a crime, they're going to report that. They're not going to go hands-on with the people. That's not what their purpose is.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. So kind of building off of the point that Councilmember Lediju made earlier, I do think it's important for us to look at specific metrics. And I hope in the report outs, City Manager Murray, that you make to the Safety Committee on a monthly basis, we can perhaps have a discussion around what those metrics are and how we align it to some of the reporting that the VPD is already doing to the city on a monthly basis. One of the things that I am interested in looking at is I think there's some sense in our community that if you call VPD, you're not going to get a fast response time, right? And so if we have you guys out and about actually tracking, patrolling, and if you're seeing activity, you're submitting those reports, calling VPD, I think it can give us a better picture and a better sense of whether or not the data that VPD is capturing is accurate, or if there's a higher incidence of crime happening in our community and what types of crimes are happening in our community. So while I want to encourage the public, now that you see we've got the sheriff, we've got a consistent, there will be a good faith effort on the part of VPD to recruit more officers. We've got the security guards. Please call if there is an emergency, one. And also know that we're also going to have these security patrols doing reporting on the residents' behalf too. So, I mean, the more the merrier if there's an emergency, but I think that data is going to help us make more informed decisions once this pilot program is finalized. So I wanted to make that point. And then second, I don't know, is Chief Ta still on, or is he gone for the evening?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I guess I'll ask you, I was under the impression, and maybe I misheard him, that we would also be using perhaps like VPD vehicles for this stuff. So is that not the case? It's just their
No,
vehicle?
yeah, no, I don't think that was ever, that I can recall was ever anticipated. The VPD is about to announce the launch of a new program, which is a volunteer program, in which they can use modified vehicles that are not fully outfitted patrol vehicles to do patrols and to set up in different locations. But I don't recall, and it's definitely not a provision of this agreement, that the AX-9 private security guards would use VPD vehicles.
Okay. All right, and then my final question is, do you have the list of the beats or areas that you're covering at this time, or do you still need to hash that out?
We worked with the police with the hotspots, so we've created a route. I don't have it on me right now, but we could work with the city to provide that, if that's something.
Okay. And the reason why I'm asking is because I know there's been just a lot of concern from community about some of our commercial districts and, activity in those areas. And so I hope if that wasn't captured, that it is, and that you also perhaps pilot patrols in our commercial districts too, to see if that can deter criminal activity. And we can also be more responsive to emergencies. So I'm just sharing that piece of feedback. And I think that's all I got. I'm ready to move forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. And did I hear you correctly saying that you're going to have one vehicle to do patrols?
Currently, we'll use one vehicle, one guard to start the program, and then from there, we'll see where it goes. Depending on the successfulness, if they want to expand, we could always expand, or if they just with the one vehicle with more hours, or if they want to expand vehicles. But they have the do not exceed budget. It's entirely up to the city what they want to do.
And to be clear, that's for the pilot program, but
Correct.
for the existing places, you're still going to have vehicles patrolling City Hall and the
Correct.
other area, the Ferry Building parking lot area. So those are still going to. So how many total vehicles are going to be in action per se at a particular time?
3.
3? Okay. And so I think, and then part of mine is trying to get a better understanding of the metrics of how we're going to gauge what success is. Because if we're going to be sending you to hotspots, is it a simple, those numbers go down? Or how are we as a city going to kind of identify the efficacy of the piloting of how we're utilizing AX-9?
Yeah, I think that will be up to the city council and staff to evaluate. I don't think, without knowing what the numbers look like now, but I think, any of us would naturally look at kind of the return, the value for money, basically. So we'll want to see what the reductions look like compared to what is being spent. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like or where the break-even point is for that at this point, but that would be the data I think that we'd want to look at.
And I appreciate that, and this is where I think that with the new Safety Commission, I would like to think that they would be getting the first reports, having a first crack to analyze where this data is coming from, to give us as a council, as a whole, an understanding based on all the conversations and research they've been doing for these through their Safety Commission that they're working on. So that would be my comments on this. Thank you.
All right, we're a quick second round, Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Letajou.
Thank you. So the $500,000, that's for one car or for the 3? Total of 4?
Yeah, I think we're going to need to double check that. I don't think that's just for the enhanced neighborhood route. I think that's for the number of services that are beyond the baseline services that were originally provided, which is the city hall security. So I think we will, I don't know, Oscar, if you have that information in your back pocket, or we'll need to provide that additional information to city council later.
We'll have to provide it. That was the allotment from the Measure P for the neighborhood, the additional pilot.
So may I ask if you could please give us a complete breakdown? I know, and I think I heard that earlier, but just a complete breakdown of what it is that you're asking and why are the costs is what it is. I'm sure it's justifiable, but just for the community point of view, they're going to want to know. $500,000 for one vehicle, up to 2, maybe 3. That, you know, that's a, and they may think that's a lot or may not. I'm just want to cover that up. And then I noticed that with some securities, they have touch points. So if you know, they have a touch building with their cell phones, do you have something like that, or is your car, the vehicle is doing that touch point?
So the guards themselves will have either, they'll have an iPhone or a Google Android, and then we set up, we normally set up barcodes, or we set up GPS stamped barcodes that you could do remotely, not remotely, but on the mobile where you don't actually have to put a sticker. So, and then they'll take pictures and it'll be GPS time stamped where they're at. And then so with all our patrols that we do, we use a system called TrackTick, and everything goes into TrackTick, and we allow client portal access into that so that they can see the reports. We also set up emails, so every day an email will generate with a daily activity report, and then we separate the incident reports that we submit. They'll be in a separate email, right? And it'll have incident report and the title of what it is, and those will go out as they get generated. So you'll see pictures. It's not just going and touching a code and then seeing that you went to City Hall, right? It'll be, you went to City Hall, and you see the picture of City Hall. Right, so not only will you know they went there, but you'll see what's going on at that time that they were there.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And then my next question would be, well, actually, you asked that earlier, so no sense repeating that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
All right, Councilmember Letigiou, and then Councilmember Palmares.
So really quick, so thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
So thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you for the presentation. So who and how is that heat map or how are those hotspots identified?
Those are identified by VPD.
By the crime analysts, I would assume?
Well, we get them from the VPD leadership. I assume it's from the crime analyst, but
Okay.
I couldn't say for sure.
I guess my concern is if you just went over a heat map of where crime is, you know, whether it be violent crime or property crime, 2/3 of Vallejo is just going to light up like a Christmas tree already. And because of that, I'm worried that with however many folks you got on this, you know, that presence is going to be diluted throughout the entire city. And if everything is a priority, what I'm worried is that, like, well, then nothing's going to be a priority. And then you'll be maybe there for like a second, and you move on to the next location, and maybe the places that really truly need to get the most attention will be dismissed or quickly moved over. Do you have any comment on that, or?
Yeah, so to Councilmember Alexander's point, the priority is the commercial areas. And then based on how the calls come in, those priorities are gonna fluctuate a little bit.
Okay. All right, that's all. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Matias.
Thank you, Mayor. I apologize. I'm actually not going to apologize. We've been dancing around the same point for the better part of 15 minutes now. And I want a clear answer because this is a pretty substantial expenditure. Whether it's $500,000, $1.8 million, it's still an expenditure. It's taxpayer dollars. So $500,000 per month equates to about 42K. So I want to get you guys on the record. There is at least, hold on.
Yep, go ahead.
One, it's not just the one vehicle that's part of this pilot program. You're starting out with one vehicle, and then you're going to ramp up across our commercial districts. Is that accurate?
Depending on the feedback that we have the ability, we're giving the city the flexibility to ramp up if that's what they choose to do. We have the one car for the pilot program specifically. We have 2 other cars that are already dedicated to the city of Vallejo that patrol the current lots and other areas.
So the cost for the pilot program is 40 hours a week. Those are different security guards working in a single vehicle. 40 hours per week at an hourly rate of $35 per hour, so $1,400 per week, which is $72,800 per year. That's the cost of the neighborhood pilot. The other costs are, I think $500,000 is the approximate cost of the services beyond the baseline, which are long-standing costs, which are like the city hall interior, parking lots. We provide some security at the JFK library after hours and things like that. So the cost for the enhanced patrols is $72,800 per year.
So outside of that, the baseline cost of all the other services represent that cost that we have already been paying?
Yes.
Because we've merged the contract. So basically, the new base dollar annually is $72K, and the rest of it is already existing costs that we have been paying before we just merged the contracts.
That's correct. Yep, and those other, I'll just, for the sake of the record, kind of list what those are. So our complete set of services are City Hall, interior and exterior, the downtown, the city of Vallejo downtown lots, JFK Library, Farragut. We own a property at 341 Hartwood that we just do a drive-by of 3 times a day. It's going to be these new citywide neighborhood patrol. We do after-hours drive-by of 400 Mare Island Way. We do patrol of Fleming Hill. Marina Harbor is the location that we drive through Marina Harbor. Marine Craft is the location that was mentioned earlier that's now vacant. Hopefully we're going to re-tenant that soon. We have after-hours security beyond our normal City Hall hours for council meetings. We provide on-site security at the Vallejo Housing Authority. And then we have as-needed security for functions in the Vallejo room. That's the complete list of services.
So basically, prior to the $72,000 that we're talking about for the pilot, we've been paying about $1.7 million for security.
Yes, that's right. And some of these
ongoing costs, right?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm just making it clear that we've added $72,000 and perhaps the council, I'll just say the council, has not realized that that contract, security contract, is $1.7 million.
Yes.
I'm going to jump in real quick, and then I'm going to go back to Councilmember Matias. So I want to acknowledge something, which is that this item, it's been going for a while, and it was a late addition to the agenda because it was just getting ready. So it's possible that had we had more advanced time with it getting on the agenda, we might have had more, but it seems really difficult to make a decision without a budget. And I think that's what we've been sort of getting at is it would be nice to have seen all that. Because we said 1.7, 1.8 million, we saw that. Then we said, well, it's an additional 500,000. But now we're hearing that it's 72,000. And I'm actually more confused than when the item started. And I'm actually I don't know that I'm comfortable voting for it. I think I might want more information and a budget and to have it come back, even if it just came back on consent next week. Because I kind of want to see it. So I'll go back to Councilmember Matias. Thank you for letting us interject. Or go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to try to explain what I'm going to call a little bit of a disconnect. So the contract is written in a way, intentionally so, with some flexibility about surrounding a total dollar figure for a year for every service and an ability of the city to dictate the ups and downs of different services. So for instance, we get tenants at Farragut at some point. and we want to reduce the amount of security services that are there and increase them someplace else, like the patrols. The contract is written in a way that says it can't go beyond the year one 1.784964. That is the year one cap.
And that part I understand, but it sounds like we were spending 1.7. Like what I want is what we spent last year on this contract. We're doing the not to exceed. I want more information on where this is going.
So the answer is this contract is also catching up, for lack of a better word, from a previous contract that had, I don't want to use the word scope creep, but I'm going to use it, where we added services over the course of a 3-year contract. Services got added by necessity, and that resulted in an increase that was within the full scope of the original contract, because the full scope of the original contract was intended to be a 3-year agreement. And at some point, that budget would have hit a cap. It didn't hit it yet, because that contract was I don't remember, I can look it up, it's in your packet. But it was a contract for, I want to say, I can look it up, 3.7 million.
I'm gonna
over 3 years.
I don't think Councilmember Matias finished, so I want to go back over to him.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I'm back. At mid-year, there was a request from the city manager's office for some security guard dollars, if I'm not mistaken. It was like one of the first things we voted on. Now we're being asked, or now there's a new contract that is sort of capturing all the services that are being provided. And yet at the same time, what we're trying to solve for is a very simple thing. So I'm not voting on this today. We've got the one contract that you guys had in place for all the existing services, right? And then the Measure P Commission set aside an additional $500K specifically to provide supplemental assistance to VPD. So what I would want to see next time, and I don't know how my colleagues feel about this, is whether you're capturing it all in one contract or two, I want to know what is the cost for everything we had, whether there was scope creep or whatever that was, what's that one cost? And then what is the extra service we're getting with the money that was approved by the Measure P Commission? Because that is what we're really pushing staff to like focus and zero in on, approving the security guard contract for those supplemental assistance services. While I know that there is maybe several issues you were trying to solve for in here, I think this is really gray, and I'm just confused and not in a position to sign off on this kind of money because we don't have those two specific numbers.
So I do want to answer, I can answer for you the second specific number. The added patrol services are 74,000 and change, so let's round it up to 75,000 per year. And the budgetary ask of $500,000 from Measure P was intended to cover 5 years of those services.
Five years of
5 years of
75.
that. So this contract is a 1 year, year-over-year contract with a 5-year cap. So the 74,000 a year over 5 years adds up to roughly a little under the amount that is the increase in services associated with the increased patrols.
So I guess then the question I have as a follow-up to that is, because I wasn't here, I tuned into city council meetings, but maybe not all of them. So to the previous council members that were here at the previous council, was the intent to have a security guard patrol over a 5-year period, or was this meant to be a surge type of operation where we were kind of doing thing over a 1-year period? Because I would assume it's either a 1-year operation and then we get to reevaluate, but if we're spacing this out over 5 years, then you are going to get the 1 car or the 2 cars. That feels very different depending on, so I'm just trying to get more information from you guys as to what the original intent was behind the program, or the duration of it.
I don't know that. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I don't know that we talked about those specifics, to be
Yeah.
honest. I think we just talked about having it be a surge thing, but I think writing a contract, you do 1 year with up to 5 years of extension. I think that's exactly what this is. It's just a boilerplate contract format. So this is a 1-year contract with the option to extend.
Okay, but you see my point, though, that if we were kind of dumping the whole 500K into the 1 year, it's a much very different picture than like the 75K every year over a 5-year period.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I think much of that was conceptual at that inception point, because we had no understanding of what we really wanted to do, because we didn't understand what I think the full scope was going to be. We were looking to just start the contract conversation with the, I don't know if flexibility is the term we were looking for, but with the ability to identify in the end how to, I guess, put the final contract together. And I think that's where we're at right now, is we're trying to put that final contract together, being able to specify what we are identifying as hotspots, or what we as a council now are looking for it to do in the end. So hopefully, I don't know if that answers. Thank you.
And I would concur. I want to see a budget. I know we're going to ebb and flow potentially on different things. That's how budgets work. But I want to see the breakdown, because I'm still, the 1.8 million is for 1 year. We're saying 72 extra for 1 year, but then we approve 500 for 5 years. I think we need all that. We need to be more transparent and clear with the public about what we're getting, because we've been talking about the security guard contract for a while now without any specifics, and we don't really. It's still, to me, it's still unclear what we're getting and for what cost and what we're doing. So like I said, if we can just get the projected budget and the list of services, then I think we can be ready to
Staff is happy to bring
move.
that back. This can't go into effect until the side letter is approved. The side letter is coming back at the next regular council meeting on October 14th. So we're happy to bring this item back if it's the will of the council with a little bit more information. As the city attorney mentioned, we do want to structure the contract itself in a way that retains some flexibility. So if we want to decrease some of these so right now we're doing private security where Marine Craft used to be. If that gets tenanted, we don't need that anymore. Maybe we want to reinvest that in the neighborhood patrols, but we're happy to tell you where the 1.7 comes from, what the calculus is, and rationales for that. So if that's the will of the council, we're happy to bring this back at the next meeting.
All right, I'm supportive of continuing this, and I'm looking at the clock. I see Councilmembers Letters, Gordon, and Matias. Final comments, or if you have a different idea other than continuing this, go ahead, Councilmember Letters.
So I'm fine with continuing it. I'm quite clear on what you've done and why you've done it. And I just want to say to the council, I want to say this, there was a push to bring this forward, and the city manager did that. And it's very clear to me that we're talking about existing services. We've broken down the contract into 5 years, giving latitude year over year, and I understand the reason why. I've done this a million times, year over year around performance and so forth and on, as well as the fact that we have another piece that we have to look at, and that is the side letter. And so I do clearly understand, and perhaps when you bring it back is showing, here are the existing services that we have been paying for year over year, here's the new addition, and this is the 5-year contract, and we're adding here and here, and I think it would help make it more clear.
Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, to add a little bit more, I agree with my colleague. To add a little bit more, if we was to pass this tonight at the next meeting, I thought I heard it, just want to confirm it, that if we was to pass this evening so you can get it going, could you please bring it back to us next meeting with the additional request of the data and the budget, please? City Manager?
So we would typically bring it back if we brought the whole item back to reconsider.
No, if we pass it this evening.
Sure.
We're not passing it, it's just information, right? Is this an action item, or is this a?
This is an action item.
So if we pass it this evening, Could you bring back everything that we're asking, is what I'm asking, at the next meeting?
And so what I've heard being asked for is a budget breakdown. You mentioned the data. Do you mean something else than the budget
What
breakdown?
they have been doing so far,
Oh,
since
yeah.
you're trying to blend the contracts
Sure.
together, now that I understand.
Yeah.
That makes all sense now.
Yeah, we could
But
certainly
could
do
you bring
that.
back the data, of what has been done so far?
Okay, and do you mean provide that information to the council prior to the meeting, or do you mean present
Here.
that information at the council meeting?
At the councilman, just for the, to be transparent to the
Sure,
community.
whatever the council's desire is, we're happy
If they
to do.
agree.
Great. Councilmember Matias.
And again, I want to obviously thank you guys for really pushing to get this on the agenda this evening, like genuinely. At the same time, the thing that in addition to all the requests that have already been made, I would actually like to see a recommendation from your office, Mr. Murray, and maybe from like Chief Tao, right? Like, if we have this contract, whether it's for 1.7 or 2.2, in your assessment, where should our resources be going towards? Like, do we need to make some shifts? I'm not in a position to make that determination, and I don't know who else would be here. Like, you guys have security at all these different properties. You've also developed a route for the commercial district, right? So I would just maybe perhaps have you guys think about giving us some recommendation or some sense of like how you would use or leverage those resources. And if there's some shifts that you have to make, I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, so we're happy to mention that. I mean, the recommendation is the items that are encapsulated into that 1.7, but we can itemize those for you.
So, okay. So I guess what I'm saying then is, like, do you find that adequate? That the proposal on the table today for the 75 over a 5-year period to have the one car that then gets ramped up depending. I guess that's the question.
So I'll confer with Chief Taw about that, and we'll provide a recommendation on that.
All right, so I think, is there consensus to continue the item? Do we need to vote on that?
Yes.
All right, I think we're gonna move then.
That's just direction. We'll just bring it back at the next meeting with the information you requested.
All right, well, thank you very much. We appreciate you guys being here and answering our questions. Where do we? What was that? They can't start until we approve the side letter anyway, so that's what we're continuing it to. All right, that is going to bring us to item 9C, and I'll ask our city clerk to please announce this item.
Receive an update on the police headquarters project and provide direction to staff.
All right, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and start public comment period on this item. Anyone wishing to address the council on the police headquarters project can raise your hand online or sign up at the kiosk here, and we have our interim public works director heading over to the podium. It sounds like we got about a 10-20 minute staff presentation, so get settled in and feel free to go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Council. Once again, Oscar Alcantar, and I'm here with Bruce Plale, and he is with our architectural firm in Indigo, and we're here to provide an update on the police headquarters. So for a little background, this project has been started a while back. Current police station was built in 1961 and significantly undersized at the moment. It has a failing HVAC system. It does have a backup generator, but only for the dispatch and some minor lighting. Currently, it has environmental hazard issues, asbestos, aging infrastructure. We have periodic sewage issues, estimated $10 million deferred maintenance. Includes no interview room or outdated lockers, shower area, lack of critical modern safety and operational upgrades. So in 2017, there was an internal assessment completed. In 2018, public safety complex study. In 2019, we purchased 400 Mare Island. The direction was to design the police station at 400 Mare Island to a 35% completion. In 2021, we explored commercial purchase and leasing options. 2022 Community Engagement Survey was directed by council to look at other sites, including JFK. 2023 Sea Level Rise and Alternate Site Feasibility Study, and at that point, council directed us to go to 111 Amador Street. There was some community engagement done. The city launched an online mapping and pin drop tool that was created to solicit open-ended feedback from the community, conducted 6 in-person workshops. The common theme that always came back was the Amador location. It's a commercial site and central location. In 2020, design contractor was awarded to Indigo. Phase 1 was funded and fully expended in 2022. In September of 2023, the contract amended to change scope to design of relocation to 111 Amador Street, our current location, and Phase 1 was partially funded. 2024 additional project budget was allocated in ARPA funds at $865,000. Also allocated was $1.998 million of Measure P funds. In August of 24, Phase 1 of the design was completed. In May of 2025, design work was paused pending appropriation of additional budget. Final design was stopped at 95%, with additional budget requirements to complete design of $746,200. Additional $113,000 for a courtyard relocation study.
So good evening, council members. Bruce Plale, Indigo Architects. We're the architect of record for your new public safety building. Actually, instead of calling it police headquarters, you'll see we've adopted unofficially Vallejo Community Safety Center. We think might be more of a community gesture towards the building, but that'll be up for your discussion. So the program requirements for a proper facility for the city of Vallejo includes 67,900 square feet of building area and a site of about 5.4 acres. And the corporation yard, on the other hand, we only have preliminary numbers for that, but it probably wants 55,000 plus square feet of building on maybe 30 acres if it were to have all the site laydown area and so forth that goes on with the corporation yard. We're talking about these two program areas because both exist currently on the 111 Amador Street, and they're sort of in competition for very limited territory there. So the existing site, and orienting you to this plan, north is up, Main Street is running east-west on the southerly border of the site, and Amador Street runs north-south on the easterly border of the site. The existing police headquarters sits very compactly on 1.1 acres of the site and consists of about 19,200 square feet of area. And as Oscar pointed out, it's got a lot of issues, that building, and probably doesn't meet current California Essential Service building standards either. And the Corp Yard, meanwhile, has a little more use of the site and about 30,800 square feet of facility on 4.3 acres. So the new plan, we're just going to fast forward here to what it would look like at the end of the construction process, would be for the police use exclusively on the site, assuming that the corporation yard moves off to another properly sized site for that operation. And this site at 5.4 acres just about perfectly meets the proper site program area needed for your police operations. And this, what you're looking at on the plan here, first of all, at the corner of Main and Amador is sort of a handshake with the community, if you will, and there's a little mini plaza there. We have to bring people into the building anyway. This is a great way to do it, and we can have some give back to the community right there that we'll be talking about in some next slides. The access, public vehicle access off of Amador Street leads to a visitor lot, which you can see between the 3-story building on the southerly portion of the site and Amador Street. Meanwhile, at the other end of that building is the staff and patrol entrance. One of the tenets of police building designs is that you would prefer to have the public coming sort of on one end of the building and the staff and secure things on the other, and that gives us the best chance of safely resolving all the complex adjacencies that go on in a police operation. So this plan fundamentally provides that orientation. The buildings to the north there are formerly the Maintenance Corporation yard, and the building in the middle, which is a paint shop and vehicle parking, becomes a K-9 and parking canopy building, all for the police operations. So this was one of the changes that came about in the last couple of years working on the project. We realized we could find construction savings by repurposing those existing courtyard buildings rather than building all new. We could renovate those. It's a less carbon intensive approach to building when you can renovate buildings instead of building new. And it gave us a good place to put things like the firing range, which would alleviate the rental requirement that you have now with the city of Benicia, do I have that right? Where you're leasing space there now for firing range activity. So it just basically brings everything together on this site very neatly. And very neatly, it requires about $110 million of construction cost to build. That's our estimate. We're at 95% complete construction documents, as Oscar mentioned, and that's our current cost estimate, including a 10% construction contingency. It's about a 32-month construction interval required. So here's a front view of the building. You've just come into the visitor lot, and you're looking at the new face of the Vallejo Community Safety Center. It's a facility really for the people and citizens of Vallejo. And I kind of strongly believe that, and I believe in the future of the city of Vallejo, and I think this project really helps deliver in a very genuine way that interface that's needed for public safety in your community. Technically speaking, it will be built to current earthquake standards, which are about 50% greater for essential service buildings. That's things like highway patrol, hospitals, what else? Fire stations. They're all built to a higher standard because the community expects the thing to be in operation when you have a Napa earthquake or whatever unfortunately comes our way. It will have a state-of-the-art emergency operations center, which doubles for community meeting space. It will have public training facilities and a new dispatch 911 center, all protected in this single building. I'll just kind of briefly go through these plans so you can see what the contents, if you will, or what you're buying basically with this facility. This is level 1, the first level in the building. It's about 27,000 feet. On the left, you can see the sort of entry end of the building for patrol staff and so forth. And on the right, there is a community engagement room that's dedicated on that little mini plaza that I pointed out initially. We'll take a look at that in a moment. There's a training space in the middle section there with access to briefing and physical training, and adequate lockers and toilets for women as well as men serving the public. The next level up, the second level, so the site slopes considerably if you've been over there, and we've put the building sort of into the hill just a bit. It's a split level in a way, and the public entry is on the right. So that's where you've come up, that front view of the building as your visitor entrance is there. There's a lobby, an ample lobby, access to a records and public service counter. And then there's direct access day to day. That room will be available for community meetings, and at times of emergency, it can be converted quickly into your emergency operations center with access to police staff to the left on the plan. There's a central area that's open in the building, and you'll see that once visitors are escorted into an area in the middle, right in the middle of the building, informal meeting space, that's intended to be a place where community groups that can come in and have an interaction with police administration and the chief, who's located right there. So it's a place for, you know, another form of community engagement. For good things, for bad things, it's a place for those discussions to happen right in the middle of the building. So the building is made transparent but secure in that arrangement. And then on the third level, we have...
Excuse me, can you get closer to the mic? We have complaints from the people on the line that they can't hear you speaking.
Oh, can't hear me, okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. Shall I start over? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so on the, yeah, and I should say we can back up, and if you want to look at any of these particular slides, we can come to those. So on the third floor, you have detectives, traffic, CIAD is located there, and a break area. And as well, this building will house city information technology, so it's to your interest to have that located in this building where it's protected for earthquake, basically, and you can maintain services during disasters. And that's not unusual in new police buildings. Briefly, this is that repurposed existing maintenance building, and it will be turned into a police services building. It has a firing lane in it with the, for training. It also has a training classroom. Visiting agencies can use the facility and rent that space, and so instead of paying rent to Benicia, you might be able to collect rent from other agencies who also find it hard to get firing lane time. On the right, in the yellow, is pretty much the evidence storage part of the facility. So all of these functions are not required to be in an essential service protected building, so you save some money in a way by getting them in a building that's repurposed in this way. The other building that I mentioned, this is just a detail of the K9 kennel building, which formerly was a paint shop building at some point in its career. So here's a view. Lastly, I'll close with a couple of views here. This is the view as you've come from Maine and Amador. And you can see with just a little bit of attention to a very compact space, we can create a place that introduces the building and makes it accessible to the community. Using brick and sort of horizontal banding on the building is a little bit of a nod towards Vallejo's civic buildings, which a lot of which are brick, and maybe even to the maritime heritage of Vallejo. This is a view looking up towards the entrance for the main building. And here on the left, as the next slide indicates even better, is the community engagement room that opens onto that mini plaza. Give you an idea of what that will look like. And then there's part of the idea is that these spaces provide for the possibility for things like community pop-ups. So you could have art fairs here, health and wellness fairs. This site would be perfectly suited for that and has visibility for people that drive by. And then even on the next slide, you can see the public parking lot. And you know, kind of you can do this with any parking lot, but this one would be designed to make it particularly attractive for other kinds of pop-ups or weekend events. Could be a satellite to your farmer's market. There's a lot of possibilities there. And then this is an overview of the project looking southwest. So you're, again, looking towards the entry of the building and the visitor lot and the photovoltaic canopies that provide shade to the vehicles and also produce power. By the way, with the photovoltaic shown here, this facility could be brought to just about 60%, at least 60% of what we call zero net energy. In other words, it can produce, 100% would provide all the energy used in a facility in a year's time. This one would get you to about 60%. And then this slide shows the patrol and staff entrance on the, what would be the northwest corner of the building, this looking southeast. So I'm going to turn it back to Oscar and we'll wrap it up.
So, as mentioned in the slides, we have a shortfall of about 750,000. Options are the Monsanto Fund, currently has a 4.1 million settlement with no restrictions for the fund. We have Measure P funds, and we have general funds. Construction, and this is construction funding required before contract award, and this is for the actual building. We're exploring tax-exempt municipal bonds. I think the city manager mentioned that we have a contractor, staff advisor to develop financial plan and bond structure. Lease revenue bonds may require alternate city assets. Currently, we have the temporary dispatch center on site now at the courtyard on the pad. We're coordinating with Legacy Modular to put that dispatch modular together, and we're also talking to them about possible relocation of current police staff to something like you see in the picture, which are trailers. We've identified 3 potential city-owned locations for this setup. The first one is Harbor Way. The pros of it is it's ready to use. It has some office space. It has some warehouse space. All the services are there, water, sewer, and electrical. It's the lowest cost. It does have on-site parking already. And one of the huge pros is it would improve the marina security by the presence of PD. The cons, of course, is that we would lose some revenue if we got the marine building rented out. What you're looking at right there is the site itself. It's showing that large warehouse in the middle that's currently empty. We would have to fence in the red border, and again, it would have all the trailers would be parked inside, and it would have additional parking outside currently at the marina. The option 2 is the north side of parking lot B. The pros is that we do have an existing water supply there. It's close to 400 Mare Island. Streamlined coordination and reduced travel time. The cons is we don't have wastewater at the location, and we would have to bring in temporary power. That's the parking lot. And the last location is the newly remediated site at Cortola Parkway on Mono Street. The pros, it does have existing water and wastewater. It does not have power, so we would have to bring in temporary power for the location. It's a big empty open space, as you can see there, so it'd be easy to move into. But those are the 3 options that we have identified. They're all city-owned. And with that, we'll take any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Do we have any public commenters on this item? Anyone online? Yeah. We'll give Manny a second.
Yes, we do have one speaker.
All right, let's go ahead and call him.
And C, please unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Hi, Council. Can you hear me? Please confirm.
Yes, we can.
Please confirm. Okay, thank you. My audio was screwed up earlier. So I have 2 questions about this. It looks like the size of the building that's being designed is a lot larger than even what was called for when the police did a feasibility study of their needs back whenever that was. This whole thing has gone on for so long. And at the time, the police had done a feasibility study for what their needs, their current needs were, and I think they had a 20-year look ahead in terms of how large they thought the police department would get. And this building is even bigger than that. So I'm just wondering if people kind of got a little bit out of control, a little over enthusiastic about what our needs and abilities are for paying for such a thing. With respect to the need for the design overage, I guess I'm wondering, well, what happens if you don't approve the overage and you just say, okay, you had the budget that you had, and do the work to that budget, period. We keep having on project after project all these overages, and I don't see where that money comes from. I would like to see some discipline around budgets at some point where you're given a budget and you make it work. With respect to the community facilities that are being proposed with this design, given the current state of community relations, I think that's optimistic to think that community is going to want to have, say, pop-up art fairs or farmers markets or what have you. So, and we also have room for that kind of facility elsewhere in the community. So I don't know that we need to duplicate that there. So I might say to the developer, to the designer, well, sharpen your pencil and get your eraser out and figure out how to give us maybe a simpler building, because in addition to the design fees, then we're going to need to run into construction fees that are also bigger. So that's my feedback on that. With respect to the temporary location of the for police facilities, of the three things that were mentioned, I would go for the Curtola Parkway one. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers at this time, Madam Mayor.
All right. City Manager Murray, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments just to emphasize a couple things that I want to make sure that everybody is aware of. In my mind, the nature of the need for additional budget for this is different from in some other capital projects. None of this need is due to cost escalation on the work of the design team. Our funding, if we would call it a funding gap, is created by a bunch of different dynamics. But one, for instance, is, and this is really a city council decision, the budget, the original design budget, did not include funding for the project to go through the city's normal design review process. So part of the funding that is being requested is to essentially pay city staff to review the plans to ensure that the design meets building code standards. So that's really, I mean, in my opinion, I think that's something that maybe should have been in the original scope, but wasn't included in the original scope, which is a different matter. Some of the work, one of these items of work, was a redesign of the building that's going to save money in the construction costs. The third is this LEED certification that we're expecting is going to result in reduced operating costs. So it's still an overrun in a sense, and I'm not trying to paper over that. But it's different. It's not that the design expenses have escalated and we've run out of budget for that reason. It's that I think in some respects the original scope of the design work was not complete, and I think this need to do the corporation yard relocation study is another aspect of that. That should have been in the original scope. We can't construct a new police department building without knowing where we're going to put the corporation yard. So I just wanted to note that in my opinion, these additional costs are, again, I just want to, I guess, really emphasize that they're not due to cost escalation or overruns on the scope that the architect was initially tasked with. It's that the architect was asked by former city staff who are no longer here to do some additional work that I think in the long run will benefit the project. So happy to answer any questions. I'm sure Bruce or
Thank
Oscar
you.
are happy to answer questions on that as well.
I have a clarifying question, and my colleagues reached for their lights at the same time that I was going to ask, so maybe we had the same question. I'm confused about the design review process request. So we're budgeting money to pay ourselves?
Yeah, so different cities have different philosophies about this. But some cities, and I would say maybe this is the more standard approach, is if the city is going to build a city building, it still takes that project through the normal building design review process as though it were a private project. And that, I guess, provides some fairness, I guess, from the perspective of private development, that the city's paying fees that we're asking private developers, and it also has a quality control component to it, and that we're asking, our city design project to go through and get the stamp of approval that the designs are appropriate that private contractors do. That just wasn't included in the original scope, and I think there's a question in my mind of why that wasn't. Now, the city of Vallejo, I don't think hasn't recently built very many public buildings, and I don't know what our history has been of requiring the city to go through that process. So again, that's an additional cost, although that's a decision for the city council to make. And if the city council is interested in that, I know staff would be perfectly happy to do more research on what the best practice is in that area.
So in terms of the 750K shortfall, what percentage of that would be going to the designer, and what percentage of that would we be allocating to run ourselves through the process?
So as I understand it, $60,000 would be the work that the consultant would need to do to go take it through that process. $300,000 would be the building permit cost that we'd be paying ourselves, our consultants, our staff, to review the permit.
Okay, so that's 360,000, and the rest would be for the actual design work.
The rest of it, also something that was not included is the scope included design up to 100%. There's an additional step there to get bids for construction, which is creating a slightly different design set called the bid set, and that wasn't in the original scope either. So again, I think the original scope was maybe more narrowly scoped than a complete design scope would have originally included. I don't know the origin of that. I wasn't here for those conversations, but that's part of the reason that additional funds are needed to take it to what I think many might consider the completion of the design process. And I don't know. Let's just see if council members have any questions. Bruce, you might have some comments on that.
Okay, and I have more in my notes on all the things, but I'm going to go to our colleagues first, and I'm going to encourage us to do one good, efficient round of comments, and then we'll try to move ourselves, because there's a lot to dig into here, and I'm trying to get us efficiently to some good, solid direction. So we'll start with Councilmember Matulik.
Thank you, Mayor. Where to start? So to get a TCO, you have to get a permit and an approval that the building is safe and all that other stuff, correct? And that was never originally allocated for in the original, in this whole process?
Well, yeah, I can clarify. The original scope that we priced basically did include completing the final plans and getting a permit. What changed is other things along the way to make the design more complex and harder to do. So for example, when we were directed to renovate those existing buildings, which is a great advantage to the city. As I mentioned, it saves construction money, and you get more area basically as a result of renovating those buildings. That made more work for the design team, because renovating an existing building is harder than building a new building, and that's because you have to assess the existing building, fit everything in it, redo all the mechanical and electrical. So renovation design costs are higher than a new building. So those are the things actually that put us over the original fee.
But Bruce, if you could respond, and I don't know the complete history, but my understanding is there's a $300,000 approximately building permit fee that was not part of the original scope, which is part of what's being considered part of the funding gap right now. Is my understanding incorrect?
I think it's not quite correct because we have committed from the very beginning to get through the final plan check and permit set approval. So it's the, I think that where the confusion comes in is that it's on technicalities here because we have submitted, at the last city council meeting we came to, there was great interest in expediting the project. And so we found a way to submit a 90% complete set to the building department for review and collecting comments and making the final corrections. That was the first review, and so now what we're in the process of doing is making any corrections to those comments and completing the design to the 100% that we will then submit for approval, for building department approval.
But what I'm also hearing is there seemed to be an addendum to the scope of work of design, and that's where a lot of these additional costs are coming from?
Correct.
And so can you, because I was on the council since '23, so I don't recall who authorized these additional, because I don't recall doing that, so I'm trying to understand, because I specifically asked, is this going to be a LEED certified building? And the first answer was no. Now we're hearing it's a LEED certified building, because I know there's a cost point to turning a non-LEED building to a LEED building certified. Right. And is it gold, silver, platinum?
We feel confident we're definitely in the gold territory and with the potential to become platinum.
But to go from a non-LEED building to now a
right.
gold certified, I know from a design standpoint, there's some significant, and from a specification standpoint, there's a significant upcharge to that. So I'm trying to understand who gave the authorization to go from a non-LEED certified to a LEED certified now?
Right. So the short answer is those changes occurred over the last 2 years as the design developed. And so basically what this is the coming to council for an amendment, or at least the basis for the amendment and where the money would come from.
But you've already done the work.
We're in process with that work, yeah. So in an ideal world, each individual item would come forward to council as an amendment. Sometimes it happens these things are rolled together. We were under the expedited effort to get the project pulled together. And about then there was a lot of change in city staff, so there wasn't a way to come necessarily directly to council. So I think it's really a catch-up to where we are. We've been nursing the 2-year-old fee along to, maybe this helps address the speaker's concern as well. We've been nursing it along and taking efficiencies in other areas of the project where we could to cover the additional costs that you're mentioning to, for example, create a LEED certified project. But we didn't quite make it to the end, and so that's where we are today. We're coming to council.
So I've done this type of work for over 20 years, and so before you even make any changes, don't you need a contract to get approved before you make any additional work?
Well, like I say, that's what this meeting is to come to an amendment that would.
But you're saying you've already done the work, the majority of the work.
Yeah, the work is in progress, right?
Yeah, so I guess the question is to staff, who authorized this, since we as a council, when this first came up to us 2 years ago, none of this came in front of us of what these addendums or changes are.
Yeah, so I think as Bruce has communicated, there's been a lot of transition in the staff that have served as the project managers, and I'm happy to go back and look at the record on this, but none of the staff that were involved in the project oversight previously during this period are with the city any longer. So that's, I'm not sure we can provide you with more information on that. I will. And so I think as Bruce has communicated and Councilmember Matulik, as you've communicated from your experience, there should have been a more regular process of getting a contract amendment or getting a work order and approval for these changes. and there wasn't, which is why, and when Director Alcantar was onboarded, was the first time that these issues, I think, came to light for him and me. We were trying to figure out kind of what the status of this project was, and we were confused to learn that the project wasn't fully funded for design, and so we spent some time trying to get to the bottom of it, and the result is, having learned what we have about the additional items that Indigo has worked on. And so this is, we're here to try and identify what the path forward is to complete the design. Some of the costs that have been identified as potential next steps could be rolled into construction costs. So I think there's a potential, expansion of the scope to include the parcelization of the aggregation of the parcels and other things like that. Some of that work doesn't need to happen until we get into the construction and can be funded by construction funds. Some of this, so there was some commissioning work that needs to eventually be done for the building. That can be handled partially as part of the construction phase. So yes, we're looking for the City Council's direction on how to proceed on this project, knowing that some additional funding is needed to get to the bid set. The bid set is really, and Bruce, correct me if you have a different opinion, that's where we really need to get to to figure out what the construction costs are going to be, and then we can look at the construction financing, which the municipal advisor can weigh in on. So we're trying to get to identify the funding that's needed to get us to that point where we're done with the design-related expenses and everything else can be covered, hopefully, by the construction financing.
I would like to see who signed off on the conceptual design plans, getting it to the design development plans to see where that is to where we're currently at. Because this seems like there's some significant changes that happen that we're having to go back and pay for that we had no clue that was happening. So I think that's one thing, but just from a general construction standpoint or design standpoint, were these buildings, the new buildings and the existing buildings, were these designed to OSHPD standards?
They're not designed to OSHPD.
Sorry, we got to get your mic on.
Sorry. No, they're not designed to OSHPD per se, and there's a successor agency to OSHPD, but OSHPD was the agency overseeing the design of hospitals. And the buildings are designed, though, to California Essential Service Building Standards, which is any kind of a public safety, police, fire. There's some overlap with OSHPD standards in terms of lateral force resistance for earthquakes, things like ceiling systems and accessories in buildings that you don't want falling down in case of an earthquake. Inspection is one area where OSHPD is more stringent than essential service buildings. So it's a little different classification, but it's similar to that.
And the reason I ask that is because the authorizing or the approval agency would be the Department of State Architecture, correct?
The state of California designates a local enforcement agency. In this case, the city of Vallejo is an agent, basically, for the enforcement of essential service building law. And so your building official, once these plans are approved, and I'd like to underline what Andrew mentioned, it's of a great value to the city to get these plans permitted and ready to bid, because that's when you have something real to move ahead with. But your building official, once he or she has those final plans in hand, they will file them to the Division of State Architect, who keeps track of these facilities, because it's in the state interest to know that it has a stable of facilities around the state in case of an emergency to assist local first responders and so forth in their work.
So with that being said, that's where I'm a little bit more confused why we were trying to have to pay for our own building department as an additional cost for this project.
So I think I can answer that one. Our building department does not have the staff to do the inspection on these plans, and so they subbed it out to a third party.
And that is normal procedures in our experience with municipal government.
Understood, but from day one, isn't that something that we would have had figured out, we would have known by then?
We did not, and so that 300,000 came out of our budget.
And I guess to the question of whether we should have known, I mean, I think there are different cities that have different policies about whether they put their own buildings through that process, and so that might be a policy decision for the city council, whether you want to do that or not. And staff's happy to do some research about what the best practice is in that area.
Okay, and because hearing the presentation and everything, and thank you for the presentation, it sounded like the only addendum that should have really happened was the design of the courtyard being added to this from the initial scope, correct?
Well, that is a significant item, but as noted, there are other items here that are offered as assistance to the city. One is the parcelization of the site. Right now, the site, those may be aware, there's maybe 20 or 25 different parcels on it that were never combined by the city, including some roadway right-of-way that has to be consolidated. And so it would be the city's option, but normally cities, if you're a private developer, you couldn't develop this property until it's been merged. So we recommend that's to be done. We have our civil engineer lined up to do that. That's one of the items, for example, in this set of changes that we're discussing today. The lead was something that came up in the later design stages, and so we rushed to bring in a sustainability consultant who does the lead putting together, and our engineers had additional expenses to make sure the project would be lead conforming. Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't make a habit of coming to our clients for more money, believe it or not. We like to stick with the scope that we originally put forward, but we also don't load our scopes with erroneous work, or we're not sure. Like the public planning process was not defined early on. Actually, the buildings, the site is being developed within your current zoning ordinance. It's an allowed use, and it's within all the area and height and so forth requirements. And based on that, there was never clarity at the outset what kind of planning process would be required. So instead of guessing and guessing high on what might not be needed, we just excluded that work from the scope. So there's things like that at an early stage of, before the design has actually happened, nobody knows what's going to be going into it. The overall fee, I might point out, if you look at it on a percentage basis, which we're often subjected to, this fee on the 110 million works out for the 111 Amador Street to 5.3%. I mean, that's like a little more than realtors make on a transaction, until they got into trouble, by the way, with their agency. But even if you add in the Amador work, we took a whole design for the Mare Island, 400 Mare Island Way. We took that to 35% design development. If you load that in there too, now we're at 6.3%. For those in the design or construction industry, you'll recognize those as quite low and reasonable fees for delivering a civic facility and California Central Service Standard design.
And I do agree that the 5% is a very low percentage of what the overall construction of the project is going to be. But and typically I don't bring this term up until after bid and after construction. But I think we need to start value engineering right now before we even move forward, because we've moved forward with stuff that I know the council members that have been here before, we were never aware of. At least we never authorized, to where I think we need to start value engineering to figure out how do we get this cost down. And if we don't have to be a LEED certified project, I think I'm good with that. I mean, just as long as we get the product that we ultimately need, because I know there is a significant cost increase when you go to a LEED certified project from specifications and all that other stuff. So I would like to, I'm asking that we start value engineering now before, and figuring out, because I don't want to belabor the point of how we got to where we're at now, but this cost point right now is beyond what I think what we and I think what the community has been was expecting to some point. So if we can start value engineering now to figure out how do we get down to a price point that we were comfortable when we approved this project at the very beginning, I think we better start that process now as opposed to after bid, before bids, and because that's going to be more cost savings when we get to the bid point.
Bruce, I don't know if your firm has this capacity. I think it would be useful for the city to know what the construction cost delta is of the lead design, as well as I know that there's a idea that the operational costs might be lower over the life cycle of the project if there are some lead components, but I think that's an important decision point for the city council. I don't know what that delta is, and I don't know, I mean, you all have run your planning level cost estimate. Maybe you have an idea of what you think the additional construction cost is due to that.
Yes, we could answer that question. I mean, the comparison really is compared, a LEED compliant building compared to what your intention to do with the design is in the beginning. And so if your intention is to create, for example, a highly energy efficient building, then as we have done here, you will do certain things to the design, not least of which is use a very highly efficient mechanical system. When you compare that to a LEED building, there's not as much difference as you might think. If you compare it against a package unit building, there's going to be a delta there, but you're going to have much more maintenance and operational costs over the years. So it's easy to kind of look at the initial costs and compare them, but if you want to also understand your operational maintenance costs, it gets more complicated. But we could start with giving you some kind of a profile of where we think the additional costs are in the project for LEED compliance.
And I think that goes to the point of a non-LEED building with certain mechanical systems and fenestration and stuff like that versus what the LEED certified is going to do and the life cycle of the building. What is that cost savings? If you're able to project that out.
Thanks. Councilmember Ledeju.
Thank you for answering the many questions. But I want to take us back to a much more fundamental place, because it's obvious that for many reasons, particularly on our side, we just weren't available. And I think as someone coming on the council, there's a whole structure that is missing from my perspective when we are talking about a project of this magnitude, the lack of staffing and probably expertise to some level to move this project forward. And I want to know, what is the team? What is the makeup of the team to do this work at the city level as we're working with the architects and so forth and on? And not just the project manager within our city, but I want to know who's the project manager consultant outside of this city. Because I can't see a project of this magnitude being run by our city with the number of staff we have. It's not adequate. And so, first of all, when you talk about value engineering, yes, we need to do that, but we don't even have an adequate team to do this work. So we need to go back to the ground level. And I know, you didn't start this project, but we're nowhere, from my perspective, where I would even vote on another dollar, on another moving part on this project without knowing who our team is to do the work. Again, I would also say, this venue right now today where we are is not adequate enough to really have the type of dialogue that we need to have around this project. We really need to stop and be able to have a study session and really, how are we laying this project out? Who's going to be, how are we designing the project team? What is the expectation? What kinds of conversations are, just as to your point, you started with a certain level of instructions, directions, probably not as much as you needed, existing structures, so forth and on. And I'm not questioning your cost and the percentage of what you're going to get and make and the margin and so forth and on. We just don't have the structure to really move a project of this magnitude in an effective and efficient way to ensure that we are successful in making sure that this project is done effectively, efficiently, and utilizing our public dollars in the ways that we need to, being very fiscally responsible. That is my opinion without going into any other discussions about should we have a lead building and on and on and on. I worked in the city and county of San Francisco. We have many buildings that are gold standard, platinum, so forth and on. There's reasons for that. And yes, it all costs, but my perspective as a policymaker, we're really not there to have those conversations yet. We need to build the foundation to know that we can have the right dialogue and then really talk about where are we going and how do we really finance and what can we really afford, and all of that's not here.
Yeah, one thing that I just want to mention is we do have a consulting firm, CSG, serving as the project manager, and so they are that interface and support to the city. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there's been a lot of transition in the city team, and it's a much smaller city team that's working on this. I mean, we have a vacancy in city engineer. We have a vacancy in, although Oscar is doing a noble job filling that, in the public works director. But folks that would normally be working on a project like this we don't have those folks right here. So I think I know that staff would appreciate the opportunity to have a study session if that's what City Council so directs. I think that would be really valuable to catch everybody up on the history and make some decisions about the future for this project.
And I'm not implying that you're not doing a good job. I'm not implying, I'm stating we are missing some really foundation, some of the foundations that we need to move this project along. And so I'm not questioning your ability to work on the project. Please know that.
Thanks, Vice Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. I do want to apologize for my voice, but I do want to go back to Council Member Matulik's points about the project creep, because when we last heard from you, I believe it was either November or December of last year, that was before this council even came on, we have been asking for updates, not from you, I'm pointing this towards the staff, but we have been asking for updates for almost a year, and this is the first time it comes to us, and now you want another $700,000, which, when I go back and look at my notes, when you presented last year, we didn't have the back building as part of this plan. We didn't have the dog wash and the kennel building. All of that was added after the fact. And so when I'm looking at like the cost of this construction, if I remember right, I think last year it was at $90 million, and now you're at $110 million. So that $20 million came from somewhere. So there's approvals that have happened that did not come before this council. And I know that there's staff turnover, but this is your responsibility as a city manager to make sure that your staff are not approving things without it going to the city council. We've had issues with the temporary building for the police dispatch being ordered before it was ever approved, and this issue just goes on and on and on, and now we're faced with a $700,000 bill. If I heard you correctly, you said that your original bid for this contract got us through the permit process, right? So the $300,000 permit fees should come from part of that overall design cost, correct? But you've now used that probably by approval of city staff members, but you've used that $300,000 permit fees for other things as part of this project. Is that what I heard you say?
No, that's not correct. The $300,000 is a separate city cost for doing plan permit review.
Oh, I thought you said that you got the plans through the permitting fee, through the permitting process.
No, our work on the permit side, which is to complete the plans, is part of our basic scope. So that's never been in question.
Okay.
What's in question is just there's been some changes along the way, and this is kind of as soon as we could as a team, get to council in this situation, and,
Right.
and here we are with
And,
that.
yeah, and again, it's not you, but this is city staff.
Yeah.
We've been asking for a year for these updates, and we keep getting pushed off and pushed off and pushed off, and now we have this huge bill. I'm inclined to say that we need to sharpen our pencils and we need to eliminate the back building. You know, maybe we need to look at the cost-benefit analysis of continuing to lease or rent space for the shooting range in Benicia versus building our own range. You know, where are the dogs washed and bathed and kenneled now? We don't have dog washing stations and kennels at our current police headquarters, so where are they happening now? Why are we, you know, we can't afford to build all of this. I'm all in favor. I mean, I've been a strong supporter of building a new police headquarters, but it's like this is a money grab, and we're just, everything that the staff wants, they just keep adding on to this, and we just keep adding it on, and then you come back to the council a year later saying, oh, now by the way, guys, you need to come up with $700,000 more to complete this. This is not how we do business. We have the same song over and over and over again, and we just never learn from it. So I think it's craziness. I think we need to sharpen our pencils and we need to cut back and rescope this. I'm also very upset in the fact that last year when we had excess ARPA funds, I specifically asked if we were funded to 100% of the design, and I was told by you, city manager, and I was told by Melissa Tigbaugh that we were 100% funded for 100% of the design, and that we use that money for other things, when now, lo and behold, we need the money for this.
Yep, I completely agree. This is this portion of this is my responsibility, and I should have been exercising, I guess, better oversight. I had been told that we were 100% funded for design, which is why I communicated that information to anybody who asked me about that. But clearly, my oversight of this project has not been sufficient, and so I absolutely take responsibility for it. And as I said, I think we'd love to have an opportunity to look with the city council at some of the options and value engineering. I know that Bruce and your team have looked at various options, but I don't know that we've looked at the life cycle costs of things like, you know, at what point does it pay for itself to have our own firing range versus continue to use Benicia's and other things like that. And so I think, and that's I think also an important role of the project manager, CSG, to help those facilitate those. So yeah, I think a deeper conversation would be very valuable to recalibrate this project, to get it back on course.
Absolutely, and I feel like, you know, the comment that Dr. Litigio made about doing a study session, I think is warranted, because this is very upsetting for the fact that we just continue to just throw money at this project, and it just keeps more and more gets approved without us reviewing it after we've asked, like I said, for the last year to have this come before council for approval. So right now, I'm not inclined to approve this at all, and I can tell you flat off the bat, I am not in favor of paying the city $300,000 to have them review the design. That is ludicrous in my mind, so that's where I stand.
Councilmember Matias.
This is wild, folks. If you guys want to, in its totality, understand what has been going on with the city of Vallejo, I would encourage residents to just read this staff report, just this one. Just this one. We knew 20 years ago we needed a police station. We knew it. We didn't plan for it. And then some, I guess 15 years later, we come back with a plan. We then change the plan. Decide to go to Mare Island. We spend $500,000 on design there. I was going to ask you if you, Bruce, if you, at this point, should just move to Vallejo and just, I mean, you've been here a long time, my friend. It looks like you're going to be here much longer. So this has been a colossal waste of taxpayer money. from beginning to end. We knew we needed to do this 20 years ago. We didn't do it. And yet here we are, folks. I agree with every single point that has been made, every single point. I do think there's, having studied in a LEED certified building, and knowing the benefits of those facilities, I do think that there's value, but I think that needs to be put on paper. It's not something we just do and then we tag on more money to the project and then we don't really understand what that value is, and the community understands what the value is. We have a plan as a city to make our buildings more efficient, and I know previous city management teams had taken steps to do that. I don't know if this was part of the calculus. That would be helpful to know, but I think that there's some inherent value. You only do that if you share information out with the community. So the thing I'm concerned about, and it's the one thing I've been pushing for, is the longer we talk and try to figure out who did what, the more costs keep going up. The more delays we have on these projects, the more time passes before we get to focus on other projects that I think we should be focusing on. And so, you know, if you guys want to do study sessions and get all of these other pieces of information, that's beautiful, but we've got to kind of set the marker down and decide, are we doing this or are we not doing this? Because, Bruce, my question to you is, and to Oscar, let's just say we were to approve this tonight. When would that facility be opened if we approve that amount of money tonight? Which I'm not in favor of, by the way, but like, how many years are we looking at?
3 years.
So 2028. 2028.
We could be ready to bid in about 6 months with an permit approved set by the city of Vallejo, plus 32 to 36 months, I'd say. Part of it depends on if you're going to do temporary facilities or not. Right now, we're planning on a phased construction phasing so you can keep the cops in the existing building until the new one is up. But that costs money too, so it may be a wash if you build a temporary facility and then build it all at once on 111 Amador.
Got it. So we knew back in 2005 that we needed a new police facility, and if we were to move forward with this expenditure tonight, we would be finishing that project 23 years later at a cost of $120 million. That's wild. And I know there was bankruptcy and there were a whole host of other issues, but that is absolutely bonkers, and we've got to change that. So, though I'm not going to repeat everything else that's been said, I do want to touch on one point, and that is the temporary facilities that also make part of this staff report. So what is the timeline to get that temporary facility? If we went with one of the options, when would you be able to stand that up at one of the locations? Do you have any sense?
Yeah, I just want to kind of preface that by saying that we still have to have dialogue with VPD about it. I think it's a complex arrangement. I mean, we want to have for instance, a holding area for arrestees in close proximity to where the officers are working. I know the department and I have a lot of concerns about separating geographically the dispatch function from the other functions. So, I mean, we're at kind of a potential site identification level of conversation. I'm not sure that the police department leadership is going to find any of these viable. There was an earlier study that looked at just putting portables at 111 Amador.
Yes.
That would, require some phasing analysis from the team to figure out whether there's space to do that staging while we're doing the construction. I'm not sure that any of these three sites are really viable for temporarily relocating any of the police staff. So we kind of were trying to identify some sites that might be workable, but further conversation is needed on that.
Yeah, and that's when I guess started to pay attention to the conversation. It was in 2017 when Mr. Davis, former Public Works Director Terrence Davis, came and presented the portable plan to a few councils ago. And I was like, oh, that makes sense, get these folks in place before we go and build this. And then it became an absolute, I'm just going to leave it there. The reason why I'm asking that question specifically is because we can talk about buildings all you want, and have study sessions and keep asking Bruce to do more work and pay out more money. But there is like an issue with our personnel. For years, they have complained about the conditions of that facility, and they don't want to keep going to that facility. And so regardless of what we decide on regarding the building, which I think has been an albatross in terms of the spend, I do think as a good faith measure to continue to build on what we've been working on, we should give some direction around a temporary facility for them. I don't think I've been to the police station, I don't know how many times with Dr. Letterju on my own, and although I know you guys said, oh, we do testing and we do this and we do that, I've heard from the rank and file they don't really appreciate going into that facility. I know there's been arguments like, well, they don't spend time there. And it's like, no, they actually do. I've been there at various points, and they do. They may not be, living in there, but they actually spend time. And where you go to work actually matters, whether that's home nowadays or a facility in their case. So the one piece I care about in this moment that we actually do make a decision around is that temporary facility. And then the other, we need to have a bigger conversation around that, because even 110, 112, 20 million, that's absolutely wild when, former Vice Mayor Loera Diaz came here every single year and said, Salinas built a building for 55 or 60 million. And so we're operating under assumptions of a police department that's going to have 135 FTEs, when we're also having conversations about the use of technology, support staff. It's a very different force that we may have a few years from now. And so are we really planning for the needs of the department as it currently stands and where we're headed? I'm not sure. I think we can figure that out through study sessions. But just for tonight, I would ask the council to really think about the second decision, which is what are we doing in the meantime, just as we did with the dispatchers, to get a temporary location up and running for the officers. So I'll just leave that question there. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you so very much for staying with us and answering these questions, because we do believe that you put a lot of work in it already. I do hear both sides of the concern. I did have a conversation with Chief Todd just recently, and he broke down how this building was going to look and the importance of every single parts inside the building to the family area. So if mom and dad have to come and testify for something, the children will have a daycare, they'll be somewhere safe. Or if they need to put someone safe because maybe the predator may be in the area and maybe he's, they have to testify, just anything, the whole layout was considered. Then he explained to me why they have to extend it, and if you go there, you'll see it's like a slope down, where the Vallejo PD is like a down from the top part, so he broke all of that down. So myself personally, I've been going to this location for a long time when they had a lot of community outreach in there. I don't know if anyone ever remember that. And it was just recently that I went inside, and I had to walk downstairs that I thought I was going to fall because why? There's no elevator. It's not ADA compliance right now. You can get into the building, but you can't go anywhere else within that area. Literally go outside, you have to literally go outside the building and then walk through the gate. So we're talking about doing study session, that's more money that we're going to be asking for. I would like, within this time frame of this council, within the next 4 years, that 2028, we complete this, because 20 years and another years going by makes no sense. So I would ask my colleagues to please reconsider putting more into it. And let me tell you the difference between quality items and generic items. Oh, they can serve the same cause, but you are going to lose a lot of important ingredients or less of the ingredients. So if I'm going to build something, I want that sucker to last. If nothing else standing, that police building better be standing. That's how I want to see it. If we're going to put any dollars into it, I want Vallejo to deserve quality from our schools, from our buildings, from our home. I'm tired of us taking shortcuts and microwave. Some things taste excellent in the microwave, but it certainly tastes better in the oven. And I know I'm speaking in parables, but it's on purpose. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. I said it right. So anyways, I'm just saying, if it's a LEED certified gold level, I appreciate my colleague explaining that, but if it's going to make it certified and we don't have to worry about anything farther ahead, let's do it. Because like he said, if we don't do certain things, you're going to eat the costs as the building go along. I mean, you're going to apologize. You're going to spend more money as the building go along. Might as well do it right the first time. So I'm not a developer by no means, but I sure am into quality. In my life, I have taken a lot of shortcuts, and yes, it got me through, but it would have been certainly better if I was able to have real quality items. And you can ask anybody, I'm into quality education, I'm into quality on this board, I'm on the quality of building Vallejo because we deserve it. Thank you.
Councilmember Palmares.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I appreciate all my colleagues' real hard-hitting questions, and I do share those sentiments. I do have a couple of questions regarding design specifically. So you mentioned, or I could see that it's going to be all brick. Is that correct?
The building is planned for thin brick, so it's a brick tile finish over plaster, basically.
Okay.
Bricks aren't used so much in California because of the extra weight up in the air for earthquakes. So
yeah,
you see
I was actually
mostly thin bricks, they're called.
Okay. And then that was actually my second question. So then, is this the most cost-effective way to build that building? I mean, as a facade, or is there some other way to do this?
There's many ways to design a building. This one the purpose was not to make it the most cost-effective building. The purpose was to make it a design that reflects community pride and is welcoming to the community. So when you do that, it sort of precludes the idea of a tilt-up box, which would be a simpler solution. That was sort of a Salinas angle. And of course, there's things you can do with tilt-up boxes, but the design we've prepared for you is one that I feel confident will be as warmly embraced by this community as can be, given that it's a public safety and police building. And I guess while I have the floor here,
sure.
I would be cautious at this stage about going through an extensive value engineering process. There would be a lot of changes to the design. There would be delay to getting this project on the road Each month, we're seeing increases in cost escalation. In fact, that explains part of the increase to where we were before and where we are today. To the last 3 years, there's been a tremendous amount of escalation. Just guessing, it's probably at least 25% compared to what costs were previously. And we don't know what the future is for the next coming months. People are talking about 10% per year, and that's what we've seen in the construction industry in the last several years. It's stabilized now, right now, but the political situation is nuts, so who knows where that's going to take it. So I don't know. By the way, I'll mention also, in terms of value engineering, the best value engineering that you can do, the most effective, is in the program stage of a project. In other words, build less, it costs less. And we did, actually, when Andrew, when you were first on the scene, I think back, I forget when it was, it's been a while, but Andrew has a way of asking really tough questions. I noticed that. You guys aren't bad either, I might say. But Andrew's thing was, how can we make this project less? And less is more. So we went through a study. It took several months while we were producing the plans, because we were also under the gun, so to speak, by council to get this project moving. And Andrew had us go back correctly and look at the program, because he too knew that's where you're going to find your biggest savings. We went through with Chief Ta and his staff. We had numerous sessions, and we prioritized all the elements of the program. And the next step was to try to find places to put those elements. So we went through and did an inventory of your existing facilities being used for police. So for example, I have those here. We looked at your iHeart operation on 2 Florida Street. In other words, the idea is, could we make better use of the space you already have? That's the other thing you can do to save areas, just put people in those buildings. We looked at 1155 Capitol Street. We looked at traffic and patrol, which is at 452 Gilchrist in a 1-story building, as well as the mobile command units that are located there. We looked at the, we were still looking kind of desperately, if you will, at 400 Mare Island Way for its ability to house some operation. Police evidence at 505 Santa Clara Street. That would be in the JFK building, I think. Over in Mare Island, you are sharing 970 Nimitz Way, and you have a shared gym and police training simulator at that location. And lastly, there was the existing facility, 111 Amador Street. So we went through and created scenarios of how we could load people into those buildings and reduce, at least mathematically, the size of the new building at 111 Amador Street, because that decision, that ship had already left the dock. So we were looking at 111 Amador Street with smaller buildings. We also looked at the idea of don't move Public Works off of the 111 Amador Street site, and what could you fit there? So the answer there was that you would have not enough parking on that site, or you would have to build a parking structure to enable the courtyard to remain there. So anyway, that's probably too much information, but I just want to assure you that at least at the program stage, and this was during final design, we were still evaluating options, and all of them, at the end of the day, the result was you would end up with a fragmented police department with different units scattered around. You would end up with an insufficient development on 111 Amador Street, or a more expensive project building a parking structure. And those moves did not, they seemed inconsistent with the goals of the project, which are to unify your public safety forces in one location, enhance the chain of command of your operation. That's critical. And I mean, this isn't like a, you know, we're not building 7-Elevens here. We can't spread them around. You got to have all your operation in one place. And with the community issues with policing in Vallejo, I feel strongly, as I'm probably hopefully coming across, you need a premier building that's designed for the community, that's welcoming to the public, and in one location. And so I think the underpinnings for this project, you're totally correct to be astonished at the cost of it. I have no qualms about that. I wish buildings could be built much less expensively and still have an excellent result. So could we do things differently through a process like this? We could. You're going to take time to do it, and it's highly likely that the savings that will be found, and there will be savings, will be consumed by ongoing cost escalation in the coming months, the coming year. It takes time to put these projects together. So this is a pitch for going with the project you've got now. I know it's expensive. There's not a funding stream yet, but other solutions, and we're happy to participate in doing that, and we'll do so genuinely to find cost reductions if that's your direction. But I think you've got a great project. It's what the community needs, and now it's time to figure out how to finish it and get it built.
Yeah, absolutely. And go back to the brick facade. I'm honestly not a fan of. And unfortunately, that's what we have for City Hall. But that's not the hill I want to die on. I'm aware of the escalation of costs, so I don't want to procrastinate on that any longer. I do have a question to the city manager, and I may have missed this little detail, but you mentioned something about the firing range, like paying for itself. Are you implying that if other agencies want to use it, they would pay us, or what did you mean exactly by that?
Two things. Right now, we pay to use Benicia's firing range,
Mm-hmm.
and it is possible that if we built, so there'd be cost savings. I asked the team to look into what the payback period is for that. I don't know if they did, and we don't need to get into that level of detail at this point. But also, it would be possible for other organizations to come and use our firing range. So that's an analysis that we should do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, so aside from what we would save, I mean, how many other smaller agencies out there that probably don't have their own fire range would benefit from using ours, assuming they're not going to use Benicia or anywhere else nearby?
There's another similar situation in that the Public Works fleet services would remain on this location. There's also some room for some evidence vehicle storage. Right now, we pay a private company to do our evidence tow storage, so there'd be some cost savings there. Without doing that analysis, I don't know that pays for itself or not, but that's another thing to look into. A final thought is the identification of a new site for the corporation yard was not part of this project scope. I don't know at what point we identified that to build out the building program would require the entire 111 Amador site. But at that point, I mean, this project is really finding a building and location for all of the functions that are currently at 111 Amador, right? We can't just build a police building that displaces the corporation yard without also identifying a new location, identifying the cost of that. So I think another thing that the council needs to contemplate, and maybe we discuss as part of a study session, is, this needs to be a project to, find a location and modernization for the corp yard and the police department building, and what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. So thank you again for your presentation and for your generosity of time in answering all of the questions that have come up. I think the lack of input and transparency, obviously is not Indigo's responsibility. And I think across issues, getting back to kind of what the vice mayor was saying, this council unfortunately is having to be the cleanup crew of a lot of really bad decisions that were made prior to any of us getting up here. And what I appreciate about this group is the commitment to not just making the same mistake over and over again, but genuinely trying to set a better, chart a better course going forward. And, I echo what the vice mayor said. I just think the decision-making processes in the city are really badly broken. And I think in this particular project, we're still suffering. I appreciate Councilmember Matulik saying he doesn't want to belabor what happened in the past. And I don't want to either, but this project was just a wreck from the start. it was just destined to be really untransparent and not have gone through a good process. So, the shady things that were done back in 29 and 2020, the initial due diligence and things that should have been done at the very beginning, like evaluating different sites. Normally when you do a project like this, you get a few different options. What's your budget range? You get a Pinto and a Porsche and something in between. And because we had, I'm just going to say it from what I perceived, because I followed this very closely as a member of the public, starting in 2018, 2019, when the drama started with 400 Mare Island Way, there was, I think, a concerted effort to try and guide folks into that location. And so it was 400 Mare Island Way is going to cost $33 million, and rebuilding at Amador is going to cost over $100. And I don't buy those numbers. I think those numbers were fabricated to make the rebuild seem way more expensive. And then we just sort of committed to a Rolls Royce without ever assessing what's our budget, what do we need, and what's the Pinto and the Porsche and the one in between, and where do we want to go? What are our options? And again, none of that is Indigo's fault. You all are just taking direction, and decisions were made. Man, monumental decisions have been made along this process without us ever really going through input. And then we're getting stuck in this situation where we have officers who are in this space. Maintenance was deferred on that building to buy 400 Mare Island Way, so it's just deteriorating every day. And now we're running into a sunk cost fallacy, where we're going, man, every council that comes in, it's like Groundhog Day. It's like, oh, let's restart. Okay, never mind, let's go to the library. Oh, never mind, okay, let's rebuild. And we're just in this perpetual cycle. And I think there are some things that, you made the comment about it being not cost effectiveness not being a goal. I would have said that's my number one goal, is for the city of Vallejo, getting a cost effective option that meets our needs. So the redesign to reduce construction costs, the fact that we're at 95% complete, and then now we're going, oh, let's redesign to try and reduce the cost. I think that's kind of speaks to that process. I would question, I appreciate the welcoming space. I think I think we deserve to have a nice building on that site with good parking that's aesthetically pleasing. I think it'll do a lot for that neighborhood, for the Florence Douglass Center and the stuff that's near. We have a lot of community centers on that stretch heading up to the Filipino Center. But I don't know that we need community space in our police station. I think that was initially proposed as a way to try to placate the public to have the police on the waterfront. I don't know that I see Vallejoans going to Amador to hang out at a police station, and I would love to know more about what we're envisioning for that space and whether that's a expenditure we want to make when we could take those funds and put them into the waterfront and create a park or improve one of our parks on the waterfront, and what types of meetings we're seeing happening there. I think we've got to really have some of those tough conversations. So I agree. I think a study session would be helpful. I don't want to redo all the work, but I also don't want to fall for a sunk cost fallacy. I do think if we go that direction, having a step back conversation, I think we should set a very strict timeline and stick to it and say, look, we want to have this ready to go to bid in 6 months, and just commit to that and push. And I would ask the city manager, we have a project management problem in this city, and we need to put a project manager on this, a designated person that can cross departments, PD, Public Works, city manager's office, whatever departments, and make sure that somebody is on this and ensuring that things are done in a timely manner, in accordance with council giving direction at the right touch points. We don't need to be in the weeds, but council giving direction at points where it makes sense for council to give direction. What a disaster. I think we'll get through this, but this is really frustrating. And the consequences, like my colleagues have already said, the consequences are costs have escalated, inflation has escalated, the conditions of that building have deteriorated. And I don't even want to get into the funding the shortfall, except for I don't want to see the fund balance anymore. To see fund balance, we have 23 million. That's our reserves. We don't need to be tapping into reserves. And then we're learning about 4.5 million in Monsanto funds. I didn't know we had 4.5 million in Monsanto funds. Did you all know we had 4.5 million in Monsanto funds? So I think it vaguely came up maybe recently, but yeah, there's a lot here that I think needs more examination. And we've done one good round. We've been at this for a while. It sounds like we've got a good number of folks that aren't comfortable with this at this time. So I'll try to move us towards some type of direction and next step. And I'll go back to Councilmember Matulik and then over to Councilmember Letajou.
First and foremost, I want to apologize for the frustration I may have vented out from this. And part of that is because I've been through this design process. I've been through the whole construction thing. So I understand what the normal sequential process would be, and the fact it seems like several steps were missed through this or kind of bypassed. And so to that point, this is definitely not on you, Bruce. This is definitely not on Indigo. When I saw Indigo and your firm getting this, winning this project, I was excited because I know your firm, I know your work, and you guys do great work. You were simply following direction, and I think internally that's where we're needing to identify where did we fall short internally to figure out how do we giving them direction. And I think once we put those pieces together, I think we'll identify what that is. But it ultimately comes down to who is the project manager of this, who can answer to us to let us know where these decisions are being made. And however we figure that out internally. So this is on Oscar, and to a certain point, it's not on you, City Manager Murray, because this happened prior to when both of you came on into your current position to the decision-making process. But to the programming standpoint, that is the foundation of every project. But that starts at the bubble diagram stage. So to hear that we're reprogramming after we're at this conceptual design and design development, that in itself is going to increase the cost right then and there. So that's where I take umbrage with how this process has gone through to this stage. But when I mentioned value engineering, because when back in the day when I was doing a lot of LEED certified projects, there was a 2x cost to making a building from non-LEED to a LEED certified project. I'd like to think there's been more cost efficiency to getting a building to a LEED certification. So when I say value engineering, I'm looking at materials specifications of cutting that down. For us to try to reprogram this whole project at this point, we're going to be creating so much more cost to it right now. So I think, and to the mayor's question of the community, that came up at programming stage when this came to us. And part of that was we wanted community engagement for people to, I think to have community be able to interact with the police when there was that disconnect before. So that was part of the reason. So I didn't really have any issues with a community area set aside. So, but once again, that's at the programming stage. That's where we put the bubble diagrams to identify what goes where. But going back to the temporary fixes right now, we haven't even brought up the question of does this impact dispatch at all?
So dispatches will be embedded within the new facility.
In the new facility, but from the temporary standpoint, what happens to dispatch?
So they're moving into the modular building that was delivered and is being constructed and outfitted right now. They'll be able to stay there during the construction period, I think, in the current location.
Okay, so because that was the one question I had, is that no one talked about dispatch in these temporary, if any of that was changed. So that's still moving forward with that. So okay, so thank you. That's all that. And once again, Bruce and Indigo, you guys do great work. So I'm happy that you guys are doing. It's just an internal conversation we need to identify and figure out.
Councilmember Letajou.
So when I talk about a study session, I'm not talking about undoing everything. I'm really talking about laying the foundation, agreeing on what are the protocols, how we're going to go forward, and just, you have this org chart that's showing you everything, what our deliverables are going to be, and how we're going to manage it at this level from a policy decision maker, and how it's going to be done at staff level, city manager level, so that we have a complete understanding about where we're going, who our experts are in this project, so that we don't fail, and that whatever we decide to spend and agree upon, that is exactly what happens. So this is what I'm talking about, getting us all on one page, and it is the only topic that we're talking about, and we're moving forward. And the other thing that's missing that my colleague brought forward, and I fully agree that's on this piece, has been brought forward, is what are we going to do with our uniformed personnel? because I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to say it, I like my colleague, I go to the police station, and it is not the best place to be. I don't care how much testing we do, and I don't care that they're there for 2 hours. They have to put their boots on the floor and all kinds of things. I hear they bring forward concerns. So what are we going to do about our uniformed personnel having a place that's safe to be, where it is clean, feels clean, and they feel respected and cared for?
That sounds like the foundations for a motion. I'm going to go to Councilmember Matulik.
Kind of to piggyback on that is because part of coming up with the idea that we need to move forward with this quickly was the idea of this is part of our recruitment for our police officers. And so the last thing I want to do is give them this nice shiny ball thing and then pull it out from under them, telling them, no, we can't afford to do that. We have to change this or that. So I want to make sure that we're putting forward a project that not only we can all be proud of, but that our uniformed police officers are going to be happy about and feel like, yeah, that's a place I want to go. So to that point, that's part of this. I don't want to give them a false impression that they're going to get this nice big shiny thing to where in the end they're not going to get that, and they're going to say, no, I don't want to go there anymore. We need to be transparent with our own police officers to let them know this is we may have missed some steps, but this is what we're going to do to fix it, and this is we're going to get you the facilities that you want and that you're going to be happy about, but let's go about it and in a more transparent way to keep them in the loop so they understand where we're going with this without pulling the rug out in front of them from a recruitment standpoint.
Councilmember Matias.
I have a question. So what we're really talking about tonight, Bruce, is $450,000. Is that correct or is that not correct? Like, how do we get to 100% design? I know that there were concerns raised by all of my colleagues up here about the firing range, the dogs, I mean, all the things. But, like, where I last remember this conversation was with the vice mayor, former council member Loera Diaz, asking, are we at 100% design? The answer was yes. Now you're telling us we're at 95%. So I want to know, how do we bridge that gap? Is it just that we owe you money and that's all you need to move things to the full set of bid-ready construction documents? Because we can, again, have a study session, talk about all the things. I think all those pieces are important, and yet one of the fundamental issues I have is the $450,000. Like, there was representations made by staff, they were not accurate. And so I think some of us have concerns about the management of the project. Some of us have concerns about the costs. Some of us have concerns about, you know, the staffing, which is not just PD, but it's also water that's like working out of there and a few other in public works. So my direct question to you is, how do we get to 100%? Is it the 450? And I guess, why did you come to us? Like, we're attached at the hip together at this point. You've been living here essentially. So I want to know how we bridge the gap on the 5%, because that's what gets us to move forward on that 3-year timeline.
So the answer to your question is, we've basically had to stop work on the project for a month and a half because we've run out of room on the cap fee for this phase of the work. So the delta there is, it's on page 6 of your staff report, is $746,200. That's the cost of getting everything finished up, getting to the 100% permit set of plans that you can then use to go to bid.
So where are you getting because I'm seeing a 450 number up top. So, what was that?
I was seeing 800,000.
No, I see the 800,000, but up above, I'm seeing the 450 number saying if we have the 450, we get to contract bid. And that's what Andrew was sort of alluding to earlier. Like, that would give us the total that would give us a better assessment of what the construction costs are. So let me just go back here. So you're saying you need the 746.
Right, and it's not just me, of course. We have a team of 10 professional engineering firms, and, I feed a bunch of professionals to get this project completed. And so it's really for the whole team to finish the work to permit set readiness.
Okay, so again, I just want to put this out there because we can talk about all these other pieces. If we make changes to this, you're going to build more money on top of the 749, right?
Well, that's the permit set. So then once you go into the bidding stage, we provide support to the bidding process. So the bidders have questions, we give answers, and so forth. You take your bids, then we go to construction. Those amounts are already laid out in the base scope contract, and so there's no issue with those. So bidding and construction is already covered in our contract. This is just the amount that covers to date the changes that we've incorporated and would take on the project to get to the permit set. As I mentioned, we've been nursing this thing along with the fee, and so we just hit a point where we couldn't work on it anymore until we could come to you. And I do apologize on behalf of the whole team, I guess, that we have all this change stuff that you have to look at and deal with big numbers. So.
Okay, so again, I hear all the things, and also I have a problem with yet having to cover another expense. And ultimately, and I said this a few hours ago, we have to make the best decision out of like the worst set of options all around. So we're gonna have to eat some of this. I don't know what the is, if it's 749 or $1 million after we make changes, or 2 million or 3 million. So I'm just leaving this out there right now for you guys to think about for the study session and every other meeting we have after that. This number's not gonna change unless you guys tell me otherwise, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and I have a huge problem with that. And yet we still need to move this project forward. So the only thing I will say on the financing front, Andrew, and I made a offhanded comment to you the other day about it, is as we think about the financing of this project, I want to look at public-private partnerships. We talked about Sunstone, and they've built facilities most recently in Long Beach where the city wasn't on the hook for they didn't have to bond. Most of the money came from the private sector. So as we're thinking about building this facility, I do think that we have to also think ahead about how do we take the load off of the city. And I would say having your financial consultant look into that organization and maybe have them help us with that is going to also help with addressing some of the long-term obligations that we have with this project. So I know I'm getting a few steps ahead, but it's important for you guys to also think about that piece too, just in terms of where we're at in the project.
Yeah, you hit on what I was going to add when I mentioned Councilmember Letters. You had the beginnings of emotion. I mean, I don't know that we can, the 100% complete, 95 versus 100% complete. I mean, we don't even know if this is what we want or what we can afford. And that's the 120 million pound gorilla in the room, or elephant or whatever. What can we afford? And are we spending $3-4 million on a design for a Rolls-Royce police station that when we go out and bond, we're not going to get approved? And I think when I support what Councilmember Letters you said with a tight study session to determine next steps, a plan for what to do with VPD in the interim, and I would add to it a rough overview of options for financing and somebody's analysis that is trustworthy of what range we can afford without completely over leveraging ourselves and completely killing the chance that we'll be able to do any other capital improvement project for the next 30 years. So, I would like a range, 60 to 90 million or 80 to 100 million or something of like, this is what we think we can afford. That's what we should have done first, but oh well, we're inheriting the process at the midpoint, which sucks, but we're gonna deal with it. What can we afford? And when we approve the funding, because we're gonna have to finish the design process, let's make sure that that last 5% of the design process right sizes this to something that we actually feel like we can finance and have a plan to finance. So that would be what I would add to what has been said that I think would kind of wrap up our next steps, because this is just, you know, I don't want to throw more money at something and then have to just completely spiral again. I got Councilmember Tulik and then the Vice Mayor.
So to help to understand the process, you're not really going to truly understand the true cost of the construction costs until these bid drawings are done, because those bids are going to determine what the ultimate cost is. So this is where, if we're going to value engineer, we better do it now, so that when the bids do go out, then at least there's a more, I don't know if it's the proper term, but the more accurate number the end cost is going to be. Because once the bid drawings go out and we change it from there, there's an exponential cost of changing that. That's going to be a significant cost. So by value engineering now to figure out what we can, I mean, this is where I think if we can get that idea of what, if we want to go through that exercise of what is the current value versus the life cycle of what the cost is, especially from a LEED standpoint, we need to do that now before we send out the bid drawings to find out where that ultimate cost is. But once again, by just asking that, we're asking Bruce to make a delta right now of what that changes. So until we see or understand what that is, that's where we may have a better idea of what the preliminary end costs are going to be. But until we get to that bid drawing set, we're shooting ourselves in the foot until we get it done.
Vice Mayor.
Before we throw away the plans or try to change things, I'm just wondering if it's possible that we could phase the back building and the K-9 building as phase 2, so that we can still move forward with the actual design of the main headquarters and get the vast majority of the employees, all the employees could work in that building and not have to be in the outbuilding and not in the K-9 building. And then when we decide that we can afford more than that, then we can add phase 2 into the project. That way we're not wasting the funds that we've already spent to design the main police headquarters, and we can still move forward. So if we were to phase that so that we leave the last 2 buildings at the 95% and we only focus on what it will cost us to get the 100% for the main headquarters building, what would that cost be? And you may not have that right on the top of your head, but I'm sure it's not 700,000.
You're right. I don't have that number handy, but you could save significant money by phasing those buildings. You could wait to finish the design, or you could finish the design for all of them now and then just bid the main building.
Right.
You could also do a bid alternate
Just
where you add
mothball the other
buildings
2
and get a
buildings until
price
we're ready
for
for
it
it.
and then decide. Yeah, so there's a lot of options with
And
that.
that's kind of the best of both worlds. We get all the employees to be moved to a brand new building. They can have the state-of-the-art building that they're wanting. They just don't get all the other pieces until we can afford it down the road, is my suggestion.
All right, Councilmember Gordon and then Councilmember Ledersue, and then I'm going to try to close our conversation.
Thank you. You kind of almost hit that on the door for me. So just to clarify, so right now, while they're building the front part, they can be in the maintenance area? Is that what I hear you saying, or did I lose that?
No, I'm saying that we would build the main headquarters building, the new building, but the back building and the dog kennel building and the canine building in the middle will be mothballed, and, you know, because it's an existing building already, so it will just be closed and mothballed, used for storage or whatever, so that all the employees can move to a new building, and then phase 2 could be the 2 buildings could be refurbished at a later date to be determined.
Thank you for clarifying. So yes, I think that's a good idea. If may I add to your thought, let them go ahead and do everything from the scope of things and whatnot, and then in order to build it, if what we can afford, we already have the documents already there, don't have to worry about it. Anything that we need to do with that, all we do is just start building. My only concern that I have, just a little tiny one, what's reasonable cost today with the tariff and all, it may be a different story later, so if we have to keep that in mind, that's all I'm asking. But if we could get this moving forward, I agree with you 100%.
Councilmember Ledeju.
So just for clarity, no matter what we decide, we owe you $700,000+ for the work that you've done, correct?
We'll get your mic on, sorry.
That's the work to finish up the project to bid
I'm sorry?
ready. That's the work to finish all of the plans and the specifications ready to bid as the project stands today.
Right.
If we didn't finish part of it, like the existing courtyards, it could be a little bit less. I haven't evaluated that.
Okay, but the reality is we owe you anywhere from 5 to 700K to get this done so we can actually have the bid set to move forward.
That
We
would be
still owe
about
you
right,
money.
yeah.
That's bottom line.
I have one follow-up question for staff, and then I'm going to try to get us a motion. I am concerned with the idea that we ran out of money, had work still left to do, and stopped work, and then a month and a half passed. When did we know that we weren't going to be able to get the work done with the existing funding? And why did it take so long that we had to lose 6 weeks? Because every month counts at this point. Like, how did we lose those 6 weeks? We should have probably been able to forecast this out, right?
Well, no, I'll tell you the history. So, as I mentioned before, when we were going through the transition with the departure of the last Public Works Director and onboarding Oscar, it's the first time that he or I became aware of the fact that there had been changes to the scope. And I, frankly, based on the information that I had received prior to that, that didn't make sense to me because that wasn't consistent with what I had been told repeatedly prior to that. And so we asked Bruce repeatedly in all sorts of different ways to explain how that could possibly be true, because frankly, that was not what I had been told. So we really needed to, Oscar and I really needed to feel like we understood what had happened and what needed to happen next before we brought this to council, so we had some complete information. And that's the delay. So I think we first got that information towards the end of May. And since that time, we've been trying to really understand how we got to this point and what the history of the project was so we could come and present this to City Council. So the need for me to feel like I understood it, to work with Oscar to understand it, was what caused that delay in bringing this forward from that time period.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So I think the motion that I would like to make are the cumulative what has been said. I think we need a very targeted and productive study session with the elements that Councilmember Ledeju mentioned, with the timeline and next steps and deliverables. The presentation of options, more details of options for where to relocate PD during the gap is what I've heard. And then I think the financing estimates of what, and by what we can afford, what I really mean is what can we get financing for? Because what I don't want to have happen is we design a multi-million-dollar dream house and then we get approved for a mortgage for $500,000. And so we need to know how much, I know you don't do pre-approvals for bonds the way you do for a home loan, but I would like us to have an estimate of what we feel reasonably confident that we would be approved for and be able to afford the payments on, such that we can make sure that the design phase, and again, to Councilmember Tulik's point, you're not going to have all the information, but at least at that point, we'll have reasonable information to move forward at that point. So I think that captures the primary details. I see Councilmember Gordon. Do you have an alternate motion or an amendment?
Yes, I have an alternate. I would like to agree with my colleague, Peter, that says, okay, we owe the money. We have to get that going and complete it, and then start with the first phase and then go with the second phase so that we can get this moving. Is that what I heard correctly? I would like to do that because study session cost, everything, we can do all of that along the way, but let's go ahead and get this approved so that we can get this going, and if that makes sense.
So the motion is to approve as is, but only do the one building and phase the remaining buildings.
That is correct.
Okay.
Can I
Councilmember
just
Matias?
ask a clarifying question, Mayor?
Sure.
Before we vote on
And then we'll
this?
vote on the alternate motion
I mean,
first.
like, again, I was just trying to get an answer earlier. We still owe this gentleman that money, right? It's not going away.
It's work that hasn't been performed yet.
Right.
So it's the money that they would require for the remainder of the services.
Okay. He hasn't done it yet, but we need to get to the 100%. And so, what are you going to do to get us to the 100% just before we vote?
The alternate, it's the same what you're saying, you're on the same page, except for instead of doing all of the buildings at one time, we're just gonna do in two phases. We're gonna do the building first, and then we do the kennel second. Right? Did I hear you right?
But do we know that that's even feasible? I think that
That's
we would
if
have
we
to do
can
a
afford
study.
it.
I think that we would have to do a study to see if that's even feasible.
I think.
Right, we could do a study.
Hold on, I'm gonna, we have a motion, alternate motion we need to vote on. Councilmember Matias, are you done with your clarifying question?
I don't feel like I can vote until I get clarity on whether or not that's feasible. Like, that's...
So which part is not, like, what do you mean by feasible?
The phased-in approach piece, like, what are we really voting on if we don't know? If we were to vote on Councilmember Gordon's option, like, what I'm trying to get at is to still get us to 100% at a phased-in approach, what would the cost be for that?
You're talking about the design cost?
Yes, because we're at 95%. So if we went the vice mayor's route and we did a phased approach to this project, what are the expenses?
So
It would be-
only doing the 100% design
Yes.
for the main building and not the other two buildings.
Right, so it depends on how you want to approach it. You could just abandon the other buildings from this set of plans altogether. In that case, our design costs would be a little bit less. Or we could finish the design for the whole project, but bifurcate it so that you have the base bid is the main building, and you could have a bid alternate for the other two buildings, basically. And that way, at bid day, you can decide, possibly you just award only the base bid, so it's the big building, not the remodels. That's an option.
Clarifying, that's what I was trying to say, was that right there. So for clarifying, that's what I was saying.
And Councilmember Tulik, did you have a clarifying question? And then we're gonna have to vote because we got a motion on the floor.
It's kind of more of a comment. So when you talk about phasing deals with more with construction, not with, so what we're talking about is for him to finish his drawings. That's a different issue. Because if he's gonna finish the drawings in its current state and we change stuff, that's gonna be more of a cost for us later. That's what I'm trying to point out. So phasing is an issue for construction and building it in the end. But what we're trying to do is get to the end point of design, the design drawings that he has to send out for bid. So the bid drawings are the one that sets what the preliminary construction cost will be. So if we do that now in its current state and we value engineer it later to change the cost, we're exponentially increasing our cost even more.
What's confusing is, in my proposal, and I think what Councilmember Gordon did as the alternate motion is, he's only going to do the 100% completion of the main building and let the other two buildings sit until we have determined that we can afford the whole project. And if we can do the assessment and get the financial ability to pay for more than what just the main building, then we'll look at finishing the rest of the plans and add those other two buildings.
But that doesn't get him to complete his drawings if we're trying to get an end cost.
He's only completing the end drawings for the main building.
All right, I want to get the city manager in to clarify, and then we'll get the city attorney in.
So I hear two slightly different, Councilmember Gordon and Councilmember Bregenzer's proposals sound a little different to me. I think what I heard Councilmember Gordon say is complete all the drawings for the whole thing to 100%, and then kind of along the lines that Bruce mentioned, is you can bid them with the main building and then alternates. What I heard Councilmember Bergenzer say is, no, not complete 100% design for the two outbuildings, simply complete 100% design for the main building. So those are different in my mind.
And to do a bid alternate, he needs a different set of drawings to do an alternate bid for.
Right, but that's not what Councilmember Bergenzer was proposing.
He's saying do it later if you can
All right, we have
afford.
the
Can I
legal
ask,
element here, yeah.
Can I ask one question? And that is, and I don't know, he's not listening, but is council interested in cutting from the project the costs associated with the lead commissioning agent's pre-design? Like, are you ready to dump the whole lead commissioning proposal?
No, I think that's the whole point of the study. Well, that was, I think, what the point of the study session was,
Well,
was to make sure we're doing what we want to do.
But there's a different, I just, my experience having participated in the building of a lead building previously is we built it to lead standards. We just didn't pay for all of the commissioning. So it didn't have the pretty little plaque, but it had all the standards. And that saved literally several $100,000 off the cost of the project. So I'm just asking the question so council will have full information.
I think we should probably go ahead and vote.
Can I clarify from Peter?
Go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you. Sorry, council member. So would you feel comfortable doing what you suggested and what you approve it? Because I'll go with that too. How about you, I'm sorry, Councilman Matias.
We have to, at some point, we have to vote.
We're kind of
completely off of parliament. We're completely off of meeting procedure.
Let me clarify, please. I don't want to have to change it. I can just stick to yours, is what I'm trying to say. Well, I don't have to change nothing. I'm offering to drop my motion if we all agree. That's why I'm clarifying. All right, thank you.
Okay, so we're
We
withdrawing
have
the
to
motion.
restart it.
It's getting replaced by something? Yes. By the suggestion to
So-
only complete design on the one building.
The main building.
We can vote on it. I don't want to, prevent a vote. I would need, what are the implications for VPD of that? Are there going to be, if we just do that one building,
Well,
are there
if-
going to be serious things that they don't have, that they can't do because they don't have space for storage of things or, I would like to check with VPD first and make sure that that's even doable before we
I feel
plow
like-
forward
Yeah, but
with
I feel like
plan.
that takes way more time and redesign. The point is that the outer buildings are things that are extras or things that we don't have currently in our police department. We don't even have we don't have like a shooting range. We do, but it's closed. We don't have a dog kennel. We don't have, the classroom is an extra building currently on the property, but they could certainly use the community space for their classroom. There's ways to adapt to move all of the personnel into the main headquarters building and be able to do their operations without having to have the outer buildings, if that's all we can afford. But if we have, at the same time, if we have a review and we're told that we can afford the whole thing, then of course we would spend the money and pay for the rest of the design of the other two buildings and move forward with bidding all three parts out. But in the light of trying to speed this along and make sure we don't waste the money we've already spent on designing the headquarters building, because not much has changed on that building. It seems like all the changes are coming for the extra stuff on the outside. That's where I'm trying to get to.
So I'm hearing, go ahead, City Manager.
And Bruce might be able to confirm right now, are the two outbuildings, would they only be containing ancillary functions based on the space program?
Yeah, that's true. There's some evidence storage that they'd have to find a place for. We'd have to keep JFK in action with evidence storage, so I think it could work. Just looking at our estimate here, those building renovations are probably worth around $15 to $18 million. They're quite big buildings, and you're getting a lot of program areas, so when you don't renovate them, it saves a goodly chunk of money. I will say, though, too, since we're at 95%, the effort to finish the design of all of it isn't much different for those buildings too. So it may make sense to finish the design on those buildings, but don't bid them at this point, since we are 95%.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Palmares.
So just to ask this in a different way, and just make sure I'm on the same page, the main building would replicate all the same capacity of the current building right now. There wouldn't be anything that there wouldn't be anything that isn't there right now that wouldn't be there with this new design.
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay.
All right, Councilmember Ledegy.
So I'd like to make a friendly motion. We're 95% completion on the design. I think we should have the full design. We don't have to build out, but we should have the full design because that's the bid set. And you can always pull the bid set apart based on what we believe we can afford, but we should have the full design. As someone who has watched development, been a part of development, I can point out developments that the same discussion that we're having, and today there's still blank space and only 2 buildings done, and I don't think it's prudent. We don't have to do all the buildings, but we should have all of the tools if we want to go forward at some point, even if it's a month later, 3 months later. So
All right, so
that's
the motion we have to vote on is to fund the design as it's currently going, and then at the bid stage, phase the bids. Okay, let's go ahead and vote on that.
Yeah, I did. I think the motion is a little too loose for what you're trying to do. And my apologies for saying that. If you are going to fund all of the design to 100%, as well as the costs associated with basically the pre-construction costs, then that figure, unless my math is insane, is $1.4,009,700. And so I think your motion should include what cap are you putting on this, and if that's the cap, that's the cap. Did I add that right?
I don't think, I remember seeing somewhere around 800,000.
Well, except in the very next paragraph, it says, in addition, before construction can begin, approximately $500,000 will be required to advance the design from 100% development to bid-ready construction documents, complete the parcel merger, and fund the lead commissioning agent's pre-construction work. So I thought that was in addition to the 800 as I read the staff report. I may not be able to read.
All right, sorry, you got to get your mic on.
The 550 covers other work that's necessary before construction can begin. So I don't, the part that's probably the most urgently needed, if you do want to proceed with the design, is the 746. That gets us to the permit set.
But the rest you will still have to come back to do prior to going out to bid.
Correct. And again, some of those are just added work that's become obviously necessary to finish the project. The commissioning work, which is linked up with the lead, the parcel consolidation, stuff like that.
I just didn't want there to be ambiguity in how much you were actually authorizing with your motion.
All right, I think we should vote, and then we have to figure out where the funding's coming from, so let's go ahead and vote on this part of it.
Mayor, can you
Yes.
please repeat the motion so that I'm clear on what you're voting on?
So the motion is to fund the rest of the design as proposed and to bid in phases. And then just let us know when we're ready to vote.
Yeah, you can start voting.
Okay.
That motion carries with the mayor opposed.
All right, and then do we need to figure out where that funding is coming from?
So staff would, yes, appreciate the direction. There are also some other things that council discussed regarding a study session that if you want to see those things proceed, we would need some direction on that.
So I'll entertain a motion from folks.
For
Go ahead,
clarification, that
Councilmember
study
Mikulich.
session would hopefully have the numbers that that'll lead us to a value engineering if those decisions are being made at that point.
Through the mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would agree. I feel like if we've already funded the full cost of the design, why would we do a study session and try to eliminate things because we've already paid for the design? I think that ship has sailed. But I do think that we need to have a discussion about the financing, and we need to know what we can afford. I agree with your discussion about we need a range of what we can truly afford, and then decide how we're going to phase out if we can only do one piece or all three of the actual bidding out for the construction. But I feel like the study session is kind of a moot point at this point.
Councilmember Gordon.
Thank you very much. I agree. No disrespect to the mayor's request. It's just that if we do any type of study session, I think when we go into the phasing, we should have more information of what that will look like on phase 2, be better prepared, have all those questions that we need to know into the phase 2. But I also want to make sure that we have continuous updates on everything. Nothing leaves us in the dark. Our constituents are aware of what we're doing with the phase 1 as well. Does that help out a little bit? It's sounding good in my head at this time of the hour.
So I've heard a couple ideas. One is, presentation of information on the financing options and what is affordable. Councilmember Letters, had earlier made some comments about a conversation about our project management plan. The term study session, that's not important, but if you would like to see presentations on or discussions of those two things, let us know through a motion and a vote on those.
Councilmember Matias.
So I'm going to put a proposal on the table just to have you guys respond to it so we can go home. We just approved a $750,000 expenditure, right? So half of that from Monsanto and half of it, let it be first a referral to the Measure P Commission. And if that's not approved, then we can look at the fund balance.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
An alternate motion would be to fully fund it through the Monsanto and not use Measure P funds. Would be to fully fund it with the Monsanto balance and not ask Measure P for the funds for this.
All right, we would vote on the Monsanto has 4.5 million. So yeah, so we would vote on the alternate motion first, which is to fund it through the Monsanto funds. Let's vote on that, and then if that fails, we'll go to the original motion.
And carries unanimously.
All right, is there anything else that we need direction on for this item?
Do you want to have a staff presentation on the project management plan and financing options?
Councilmember Letters, you go ahead. Go ahead. And
I was just going to raise the piece I asked about earlier. What are we doing with existing personnel at that site? Police, Public Works, Water. What's the plan? Can you bring back a presentation to us?
And do you mean the temporary relocation or temporary and long-term for like the Public Works staff? Both?
Both.
Okay. And, okay. And what about, does anybody, okay. Do we have a head nod of consensus?
Councilmember Letters, did you have something to add?
What was your question to me? I'm sorry. It's late, I'm sorry.
Councilmember Matias has requested a presentation on our temporary and long-term plans for housing of our police department staff and our public works and water staff who are currently all.
The question before that.
The question before it was, do you want a presentation discussion of the project management plan for this project and financing options?
Yes, I do. And I also want us to figure out how we can have a public-private partnership. And I also want to find out what funds are available federally as it relates to building our police department. There are funds available, or at least there used to be. I don't know about it under this administration, but I think like through OES. But if we could do some of that research, and when you come back, who is our company again? You said MRG?
CSG.
CSG, sorry about that. So it would be helpful when we're talking about our project management plan that they're here and talking about their role. I want us to understand and put it on the record how we are going to capably manage this program from this point forward to completion.
So if it's agreeable to the council by head nod, we're happy to bring back temporary and long-term locations, financing options, including bond, lease back, how much we can afford federal funds and public-private partnership, and the project management plan. Is that agreeable to everybody?
Can I just make a friendly amendment? Just very friendly.
Yeah, sure.
Including outreach to Sunstone.
Yes.
And Councilmember Gordon, you had something else?
Yes, I would like for us all sign the documents, just because we're head nodding, and we could be head nodding because we're falling asleep. I just want clarification that we all sign the documents. Or just because, like we do in the back, just to make sure that we.
That's different. This is on film.
Oh, okay,
This is on video.
okay, this is great. As long as we don't forget. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, I think we're ready to close this item. Thank you again for joining us, for staying late. As I have done with previous meetings, I am going to suggest that we continue our remaining items and head out. I'm going to move that in. I see a nod. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, I see enough yeses. I think we're continue, yes, if we can fit them in, I think that makes sense. So we're going to continue items D and E. I do want us to wrap, even though y'all are getting up, we've got to finish the calendar. We have no information items. City Manager Murray, do you have a report?
Yes, I would like to report on a few items. Of course, we all heard this evening from Councilman, I think you're all aware, from Supervisor James, the exciting news about the Board of Supervisors having approved the sheriff's contract. It's a reduced model, as we all heard, about half of the staff that had previously been envisioned, but nonetheless, I know a very much welcome infusion of additional staff by the police department, so excited about that. City staff, at council's request, has issued a new quarterly report regarding C-Click Fix. You can find that on the webpage. It talks about how many items were open and closed over the period. We issued a press release to share some information regarding the progress on our police reform. As you know, as part of the old collaborative reform and current settlement agreement, there are over 100 individual reforms that we need to make. So numerically speaking, we've got a long way to go, but we have made a lot of progress on things like use of force. We're about to hopefully complete our complaints process, bias-free policing training, searches and seizures. And so although numerically in terms of those 100, we haven't made as much progress as we'd hoped, we have made a lot of progress on some important issues. We have launched the city website that shows all the council referrals and the status of those. That was something council requested. As you all know, we're going to have new expanded open hours for City Hall effective on October 6th. That'll be 8:30 to 5 p.m. Monday through Thursday and every other Friday to make us consistent with our peers and provide better service to the public. And as the city clerk emailed to you, and as we've discussed, we've changed our agenda protocol. Previously, there was some verbal direction from a past council that any contract or contract amendment of over $1 million needed to be on, they wanted to see on the action calendar, even if it was routine and non-controversial, to help speed our meetings along. We're changing that so that if those contracts are non-controversial, even if the dollar amount is over $1 million, we're going to place those on consent for now. Of course, any council member can pull those at any time for discussion. So those are my updates. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. City Attorney's report. City Attorney Neb, do you have a report?
Just very quickly along the same lines, the Neighborhood Law Program webpage on the city's website will also be being updated. That will contain information on properties that we have filed receivership petitions on within the last year, what the outcomes of those have been, and as we add to them over the course of time, we will be keeping that page updated so that people can look there to see if something in their neighborhood is on that list. We are also going to put some little blurbs and links to where people can look for other, I would say, quality of life information, such as things that are currently under review for code enforcement, etc. Just sort of a one-stop place where at least if somebody knows they go there, they can click on a link and get to the other information as well.
Thank you. That's going to bring us to our community forum. I'll ask Manny to open up our public comment period online. Do we have anyone at this time?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently do not have any members of the public with their hands raised.
All right. So anyone that didn't participate, we don't have anyone in the chambers. Anyone that didn't speak at the first community forum is welcome to raise your hand online. And while that clock runs out, we will move to our next item. I do see lights on, but I want to remind the council that we have added another item, which is our request for future agenda items or special projects. And I'll ask if the folks that have your lights on, is that for a request for future agenda item? And if so, go ahead, Councilmember Gordon.
No, it was not that.
All right, I'll get you on the next item, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I know that it's something that we already bypassed, but I was asked as the liaison for the SOB that we agendize making their meetings be monthly instead of, and so I'm wondering I know it's bypassing, but it's late, and I'm just going to put it out there. Can we just vote to approve moving it to monthly, or do we need to have a whole discussion?
We need to, I can speak to that. We need to change the ordinance. We need an edit to the ordinance. This came in July 2022. The SAB passed a resolution requesting this. It was approved by the council in October of 2022. It just needs to get agendized. So I will take that as a reminder to agendize this ASAP. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. I concur wholeheartedly. Councilmember Matias.
I will make sure to send a note to Dawn on this, but I'm requesting a discussion on our abandoned vehicle program.
Thank you. And Councilmember Gordon, you're still for the next item?
Yes,
Okay.
there was some correction. No, I want to say that on this one here. I made some corrections on this ask. I was thinking maybe the line was too small, but my item for 61, I want you to make sure you got that corrected.
I did get it. We'll make sure the spreadsheet's updated.
Thank you.
Councilmember Letters.
I don't know how we need to do this, but I'm not sure what we call the tracker, but this tracker is not correct, and so we need to have a conversation, and I'll just be really frank, I'm very disappointed that we would put out a tracker that says we've completed some key items, that the whistleblower program has not come back before this council as requested. We have not completed evaluations. You know, there's a host of review boards and commission. There are a host of things that say we have completed. In fact, we have not, and I'm very disappointed that we have misrepresented the work.
And I would add, because this was going to come in that other item, a request to try to clean that up between now and when that item comes back. Councilmember Matulik.
Yes, and similar to Councilmember Matias, I'm going to forward on the request for a report on the franchise agreement that we have with Recology, so that we have a better understanding of the potential of a cleanup program citywide with the city of Vallejo and Recology, that I'm learning of through the efforts that we're making for our cleanup program in District 2, and I think it'd be well worth the whole city council be aware of this franchise agreement that it seems like not many people are aware of that can help support a cleanup program citywide.
Thank you very much. That reminds me of an update I can give. Councilmember Gordon, request for future item.
Thank you for that reminder. I don't know, Andrew, maybe you and I talked about this, maybe you can refresh my memory, but can you please help bring back to the table what GVRD's relationship is to Norman King and how much we're paying them? Did we touch on this, or I'm confused in what our one-on-ones?
I don't recall that. I don't recall a conversation about that.
So can I ask of that now?
Can you request as a council referral information on, I mean,
What GVRD, for the property for Norman Keene Center, and how much are we paying them to keep up, and what is their contract?
Okay, that's a pretty straightforward request. I'm happy to just provide you and the rest of the council with that information. It doesn't need to be a referral.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thanks. Do we have any public commenters online? Let's go ahead and call them.
Thank you, Mayor. Ann C., please unmute yourself. You have the floor.
And we cannot hear you if you're speaking. Might be the same sound issue from before. We'll give another second.
Yeah, I can see that she's trying to unmute herself, and I'm not getting anything.
We'll
Man, God damn it.
we got you.
There we go. There we go.
Did you hear me swearing? Oh, my Lord.
It's on the screen.
We actually didn't, so you're all good.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
Okay, good. So if you could restart my time, I'd appreciate it. So 3 things. One is I want to reinforce the need to clear the encampment that's anchored at Pennsylvania Street, but spreading out through the heritage area. I'm going to ask the council to remember and reinforce with city staff previous council direction, which was that certain areas of the city were going to be labeled as non areas for camping if they were high traffic or sensitive or whatever nomenclature you want to use, and downtown was specifically one of those areas. And then thirdly, I want to plant the seed for an idea that will make certain homeless advocates clutch their pearls, but I think it's time that Vallejo has an ordinance that Vallejo makes urban camping a misdemeanor versus an infraction. Right now, it's an infraction. There's no record taken of whoever is doing the camping, and there are no consequences. 50 cities in California have reinforced their camping ordinances to make it a misdemeanor with the following benefits. Number 1, there's a record of the interaction. Number 2, there's the possibility of consequences. And number 3, because there could potentially be negative consequences for the camping person, there could be an incentive for them to do something else. And I will close my remarks on this and say that we are not meeting the moment with respect to the homeless right now, not for anyone, not for the unhoused, and certainly not for businesses and residents. If we're going to condone urban camping, we need to get serious and have a proper campground with porta potties and all the rest, and have it discreet and in one place. This idea of guerrilla camping wherever somebody wants for as long as they want it's a public safety problem. It's you know, there are just so many problems. It's a sanitation problem. It's a major drag on businesses and residents, and it hurts the city. And oh, by the way, I don't think it's great for the people who are camping either. At this point, because we have beds that are not being used at the navigation center, you know, people need to be directed there. And at some point, we have to recognize our limits. We can't house everyone. And oh, by the way, we can't cure cancer either. So I would ask the council to look into an ordinance to make urban camping a misdemeanor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other commenters online? With that, we'll move to council comments. Councilmember Gordon, go ahead.
I have a lot to report, but if you can promise me to allow me extra 5 minutes next week, I'll bypass it.
Anyone else? Reports? All right, Councilmember Ledesju, go ahead.
So I don't want to report, I want to make a statement. And as a council member who collectively, with agreement, have given instructions about working with those who are unhoused, I am sorely disappointed where we are today. I have asked for 7 weeks that the council would receive a report where we are. I took days off from work to come to several meetings that we had invited different supportive services, our COC, and so forth and on. What are we doing? I am not happy and I'm unsatisfied to hear just the increase. It has just increased where we are listening to our community speak about what is going on with our unhoused. What are we doing? We gave specific instructions to the city manager and to you, for your staff, to design, move things forward, and I don't know what has happened. We need to get on it, we need to be consistent, and we need to respond to our community. We are not doing a good job at all. We started doing the work, we started with a good effort of trying to get policies together, processes together, work with our supportive services, and that is not working. I've talked to our supportive services, and I know it's not working. I'm listening to them. What are we doing? We need to get back on track. It is not satisfactory. It is though we have not said anything to you as our city manager around how we're going to be handling the unhoused. We need to get back busy. We have things going on. I've asked questions. I don't know about everybody else. I've asked a lot of questions and there is no response. There's no response to the community in a way that's satisfactory. And we made progress. And we have just stopped. That's what it feels like. You can say you haven't stopped, but from the perspective of the council giving directions, from my perspective, you have stopped. There is no movement. And listening to community, there is no movement. What are we doing regarding our unhoused situation? How are we collaborating? We were supposed to pick up the round table. That has stalled. Where are we with that? We are supposed to have a process by when we are going to even engage at an encampment. Prior to engaging in that encampment, we had said that we would notice services. Together Vallejo, RCS, the COC, so that we could begin to collect needed data to begin to work even at the county level. We're not doing that from my perspective, from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing. You may be doing it, but I don't know. I don't feel it. The community does not feel it. I don't appreciate the constant hearing and community feeling as though we're not doing anything. So what are we doing? Because we need to respond. We're not responsive to our community.
Thank you. I'll close this out very briefly because Councilmember Matulik's comment about recology reminded me the Napa Vallejo Waste Management Authority, which I sit on, has been working for the past 6 months on a project for a new transfer station, which is what happens. My understanding is what happens when you fill your landfill and you need to expand it. And that has proceeded to, speaking of design, construction, phase bond, approved a bond, and also approved an agreement to raise rates over the next few years. We're still going to be well below our peers, but rates at the transfer station are going to go up, which means Recology is potentially going to raise their rates, and I think that's worth talking about in the conversation about the franchise agreement, because that I think just be as transparent with the public as possible about what we have in our agreement to buffer our citizens against Recology having that, and it's going to be nominal. It's not going to be. I don't want to scare people that it's going to be a huge increase. By the time you get down to the individual, it's going to be in the cents on the dollar, but just to know that that's coming through, that bond was issued, and that there will be an increase in rates that Recology will likely pass on to customers. So with that, great news. It is great news. It's exciting that we're getting a new station. I will adjourn us at 12:28 a.m.